Okay, we're just getting the stream sorted out and we'll verify things are working. Bear with me a few seconds. Refresh. And we have a live stream up and running. And you should be able to hear me, which is perfect. And I will just cut the volume on the monitor stream I've got going on a laptop so I can see the comments. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting one. We are in Kirkwall, off the coast of Scotland, in the Kodiak. So before we get started, we need to put some fuel in the Kodiak. This is going to be a long flight. So we'll go for 75% fuel. There, the cat is behind me meowing. He's insisting on some food because he's hungry and cold. He's just come in from outdoors. So if you hear meowing in the background, that'll be the cat. Okay, so we put some fuel in the Kodiak. Who should we have as our pilot today? Let's go and have a look. General options, miscellaneous, isn't it? Is in. Pilot avatar. Do they not show them to you anymore? They used to show them to you. That's interesting. Pilot avatar 1, apply and save, go back, resume. Who's that today? So we got the guy with the baseball cap today. He's our pilot. Okay, let's have a look at the flight map. This is going to take all day. We are going to fly the length of the United Kingdom from one end to the other. So we're starting off at Kirkwall. We're going to fly down through Wick, Inverness, North Connel, which is the other end of the... we're going to fly the length of Loch Ness, right the way through the centre of Scotland, and maybe see the monster along the way. End up at North Connell, then over to Glasgow, Edinburgh, down to Newcastle. Yeah, so we're going to go on a tour of the UK basically. So it's going to take all day. We'll do touch and goes at most of the places. If we get any crashes to desktop along the way, we will just respawn near where we crashed. Yeah, so we'll use the dotted line on Little Nav Map to figure out. Yeah, we use the dotted line on Little Nav Map to figure out where we were and where a nearby airfield is. So it's inevitable we probably will get crashes to desktop because we're going to be seeing so much scenery and putting so much load on the servers along the way. Okay, so the first leg is going to be... I'm not going to program legs into the aircraft, by the way. We're just going to use the compass and figure out by looking at Little Nav Map where we're going. 31 miles down to Wick. We're on the West Europe server, by the way, so if anybody wants to join, feel free. Okay, so 31 miles, 193 degrees. Let's get inside the Kodiak. Let's go and get the thing started up. Before we do that, we need to go into controls and make sure that we're using the correct control profile, and we are not. I've got TCA Thrustmaster stick for the throttles set up for the DC6 at the moment. I need to spin that round to be for the Kodiak. There we go. Apply and save, go back, resume. Let's just check that with the controls. Have I got control movement? Yes, I have. Okay. Right, let's get the show on the road. Get the yoke out of the way so we can see what we're doing. Master switch on. Bus is on. Auxiliary fuel pump on standby. Ignition on. We open the fuel valves above our head. We're going to shut the warning up. We open the fuel on the central console and then we can hit the starter. We will move the fuel here to high idle. Open the Garmin to show us where we are in the world. Wait for the engine to spool up. As you can see, it's spotting with rain, but there is a little bit of sunshine. It was horrendous weather earlier, so it's a lot better than it was. So the weather is slowly clearing as we look around. But obviously you can see the propeller is now blowing the raindrops off the canopy, which is great. Okay, so what do we need to think about? Beacon lights on, strobe on, nav on. We don't need cabin lights, it's quite bright outside. Pitot heat's on. We can turn the starter off now because we have started the engine. And that's pretty much it. So we knew our first leg is going to be 193 degrees, so we'll get that pre-programmed into the autopilot. So altitude, we'll go for say 1500 feet for the moment. And heading, yeah, was 193. So we can see the heading bug down here. So if we press the heading bug in, it will flick round to here, then we haven't got to move it as far. 193 degrees, and when we do our climb out, we'll go and pre-select a vertical speed here of 500 feet per minute. Okay, how are we doing? So let's go and have a look at the map to see what the safe direction is going to be based on the winds. So, okay, so we're going to have to... We really want to be on runway 24, so maybe we'll taxi all the way round to runway 24. We could get away with runway 27 though. So it's a bit closer, isn't it? Okay, so let's come off the brakes and I'm just going to release this. Whoa. Okay, and we just configured the controller because the Kodiak has reverse pitch, which you saw there. So I was able to reverse away from. I'm just going to check the control movement. Haven't actually checked that yet, have I? So let's just check ailerons, elevators, rudder, and nose wheel steering is all working perfectly. Okay, so let's taxi out. Get a look over the nose. The control tower. Okay, so we'll go for this runway. We're not using air traffic control today, and I doubt we'll see much air traffic around this remote, but you never know. So, full throttle. Full propeller speed. No job holding it on the centre line. The wind is really gusty. And we're up. And engage the autopilot. Lift the flaps. So let's go for a bit faster climb out. And we'll engage heading mode. There we go. So because I hadn't selected heading mode before we took off, the autopilot held our roll, so all I had to do was make sure the aircraft was level when I engaged it. Because we had vertical speed mode already engaged, it immediately went for 500 feet a minute. Okay, so unfortunately we're not going to see much of Kirkwall as we climb out, even from the outside view. It's quite a murky day, unfortunately, so we'll see how we go. There's the airfield we've just taken off from Kirkwall, so we're going to have a bit of a murky crossing to the coast of Scotland. See the rain streaming past the window as we come through the rain clouds. What's the outside air temperature? Outside air temperature 6 degrees. Okay, so we're above freezing, so we don't need to worry about turning on the anti-icing or anything. Let's go to the primary flight display and turn the wind on. We'll put option 3 on. Come back to the home page. So there we go. We can use VOR navigation along the way. We'll play with the VOR radios. So we could do that now, which will give us at least some distance measuring within the aircraft. So you can see the aircraft is flying down, and we're being pushed sideways by the wind, so we're pointing this direction but being pushed across. So we'll have to counter that. So Wick has a VOR station 113.60, so let's go and tune that in. So we go and look at the nav radios. 113.60, so focus is on the standby frequency for nav 1. We change it to 113.60, we transfer that over so the VOR reflects that, and we can change our course knob to say, okay, what direction do we need to be going, and there we go. Of course it's the opposite at the moment. We can push this in and it will flick round. Yeah, so there we go. So we want to be going the exact direction we're going, but we have this crosswind. Yeah, so we're going to turn slightly into the crosswind by, say, 5 degrees maybe, and see if that holds us against it. I don't think it's going to. I think it's going to need more like 10 degrees. So we go for 203 degrees and see how that handles it. We'll check on that periodically. We're not going to get too worried. It's very, very murky weather, although it's not very high, is it? So should we climb for 5,000 and see how we get on? So let's change the target altitude. So I'm changing this number with the altitude knob to 5,000 feet, and we'll go at a vertical speed of 1,000 feet a minute. And we're going to take the engine just away from max power. You can see the torque just dropping ever so gently here. Alex Clapperton has commented, "Good morning, thank you for the tips yesterday for Little Navmap. I think it is finally working. Now I have to work out how to use it." Yeah, I've got a video on that. I've got a video on most things. So yeah, Little Navmap is fantastic. It really is good. And the fact that you can export the flight plans and stuff as PLN files and import them in if you want to really makes it fantastic. Right. So we are on our way. Just climbing up through 2,700. I'm not sure that we're going to get above the cloud, but we'll see. Probably going to end up right in it, which should be fun. Although we are getting a clearer view now as we leave the edge of Kirkwall behind. Yeah, we're climbing back into the cloud, look. So we're going to be probably zero visibility for a few minutes. get some fresh air. I have to say the Kodiak is absolutely brilliant. The flight model just makes some of the other airplanes look very ordinary indeed. Oh, this is going to be quite cool. We're going to see all the nice fluffy cloud tops, so it is quite low cloud. So let's have a look at this map. Can we get time estimates to appear in here? I can never remember how to do this. Remaining leg time. Aha! Based on the Kodiak, we should be looking at about 12 minutes then for this leg. So let's just make this a bit wider. So this is all based, if you've not used Little Nav Map, you can load aircraft performance files, and I've got an aircraft performance file for the Kodiak. So you can see that's reflected at the top of the screen. But that means that all the calculations are done based on the performance of that aircraft and the cruise speed and so on and so forth. So you can see we're still being pushed by the wind. So we're going to turn even more into it. 1, 2, 3, another 3 degrees, maybe 4. So we're staying roughly on track for Wick. By the time we get to 5,000 feet we're going to have to descend, but oh well. Makes it all more interesting, doesn't it? So, there we go. Nice fluffy clouds. Yeah, I've got several videos on Little Nav Map. If you search for Beginner's Guide Little Nav Map on YouTube, you'll probably find them. One of them has been watched a ridiculous number of times. I wish I'd had a monetized channel when I did it. The modelling of the clouds in Flight Simulator is brilliant, isn't it? It really is fantastic. Okay, so we're going to start descending again. So let's take it back down to 1,500 feet. That's a vertical speed of 1,500 feet a minute, and we're going to obviously pull the throttle back to arrest our acceleration. Gen fail. Oh, I didn't turn on the generator. Good job we saw those, otherwise we'd have run into trouble later when I ran out of electrical power. We were running on batteries basically. Now we're good to go for the rest of the day. I will run out of fuel at some point today, so we will have to stop at an airfield and refuel. So we're coming back down towards Wick on the edge of Scotland. So we're just passing over John O'Groats. I'm not sure we can see John O'Groats if we look down. There we go. There's John O'Groats. There are the cliffs on the edge of Scotland. The most northeastern point of the mainland of the United Kingdom. Okay, let's go back inside. Whoa, we're going into cloud. Okay, not a problem. Got plenty of altitude. We've got instruments to rely on. No need to start flapping. So hello to Rui Kang Wu. Hello, now you have 2 viewers. I've had lots of viewers earlier. People come and go throughout the day, so yeah, don't worry. I'm sure I'll have company along the way. So we're just descending towards Wick. So let's increase the range on the Garmin so we can see what's coming a little bit more easily. So So Echo Golf Papa Charlie is the ICAO code for Wick. So we're just coming down to 1500 feet. We did that remarkably quickly. I'm going to open the throttle back up because the aircraft has levelled out. We'll drop the last few hundred feet now down to 1000 feet. We'll do that at 500 feet a minute, not 1500. And there we go, we're just coming back down. And we're pretty much on the track, which is good. So we'll do a touch and go at Wick, and then we'll carry on after Wick down towards Inverness. Okay, so let's keep an eye out for the runway. It's quite low cloud, but we're not going to worry too much. We can at least see the ground, which is not always the case. If we do get terrible conditions at any of the airfields along the way, we will have to call it and miss that airfield. Unless it has ILS, of course. And so I'll do instrument landings if needed, if they are available. So what is the direction of the runway at Wick? So it's going to make sense to come in for runway 31. So we are going to come off of autopilot and turn away from the airfield and come off the throttle. Wow, it's stuttering. I've noticed some meteorological conditions cause the frame rate to take quite a significant hit in flight sim. So we're looking out the window for the airfield, and there's the runway at Wick. It's a very short runway. Actually, no, that's not the runway. This is the runway here. Being silly. Okay, flaps down. So I can't land on that runway. I'm going to have to come round for the... This is only a touch and go, remember. Crosswinds horrendous. Okay, so let's centre the heading back up on our heading. Re-engage the autopilot. It's on heading mode. Vertical speed mode of 1000 feet per minute. Whoops, we need to give it a target altitude. Would be a good idea. Go for 2,500 feet. Have a look at the map. So we want to leave Wick on a course of 211 degrees to go to Inverness next. So let's just go and dial that in. But based on the wind, we probably need about 200 degrees or less. Okay, let's have a look around. So we're just leaving Wick behind. There's the airfield. So we did a very fast touch and go. Now we're off on our way down to Inverness, and we're going to follow the edge of the estuary down. So if we go and scoot across, we can see the windmills. And you can see how strong the wind is. Look at the speed the windmills are going. That's a bit mad, isn't it? Okay, so this is the Kodiak. If you've not seen the Kodiak, I've got no parcels on board, so we put some parcels on to have some luggage to carry. So we can actually be quite amusing about this payload. We'll say we've got some Amazon parcels or something. Aviation Sans Frontières parcels. But yeah, this could very well be from Amazon, couldn't it? Or anything like that. So we've got some parcels on board. I wonder what's in the boxes. Chocolate biscuits. Maybe. Chocolate cookies. It's a very important delivery of chocolate cookies. Okay, let's go and sit back in the pilot's seat and see how we're doing. We're slowly climbing, so we'll take the throttle back away from maximum. See Farnborough going past, and cloud. Hopefully the whole flight isn't going to be this bad. Hopefully we can actually find out if we go and pop open a web browser and we go to windy.com. Then we can go and search, and you can see an animated version of the wind. So we are just coming down here. So that's the wind. But we can also pull up the clouds. And yeah, we're going to get pretty horrendous weather then until we get out of Scotland. Does that make sense? So until we get down into England, we're going to have patchy cloud. Okay, I'll leave that running in the background because that might be useful to refer to throughout the day. Windy.com on the internet is a very, very good resource. So yeah, we're going to get patchy cloud. Look, we'll have patches where we can see where we're going, which is useful. Okay, so let's have a look at the map. Are there any VOR stations we could use along the way? Yes, there is. There's one at Inverness itself. Look. So we want to change our nav radio to tune into 109.20. So back inside the aircraft, we're going to change nav 1 to 109.20. So 109.20. We change that to the active frequency, and you can see that the nav radio has tuned in. We can change the course then to find out the exact bearing to the VOR station. So it's about 210 degrees, but remember we have this massive crosswind which we're flying into, so we'll just keep an eye on that. If the needle starts to go to the left, then we are to the right of the line. If the needle goes to the right, then we're to the left of the line, so we can fly towards the needle basically. So at the moment it looks like we need a few more degrees, because we've got 34 knot crosswinds at this height. Obviously they're not going to be that fast at ground level because of trees and obstructions. We're having all the fun in the world of navigating between the different airfields. Now, to make this a bit more fun, shall we fly along the coast here? So autopilot off. At least then we get to see some scenery instead of just going point to point all the time. So this is the coast of Scotland. Just trimming the aircraft out slightly so we don't porpoise up and down too much. If you ever wondered with the Kodiak what this is, it's an angle of attack indicator. If I went and did a high angle of attack turn, so turn the aircraft on its side and pull back, you would see these dots illuminate further and further. And by the same token, if on a very slow approach, as the aircraft starts to drop more, as we're not going fast enough for the wings to create lift to fly, the wings will start hitting the air at an angle, as we're kind of skidding downwards. And this, again, it would light up, and there is a sweet spot for approaches that lights up in the middle of the display. So when you're flying along at about 80 knots on descent, 85 knots, with the flaps out, you can get a good indication on this instrument that you have got the right level of speed and flaps to be descending at the right kind of angle. So yeah, we're flying with live weather, because it makes more of a challenge throughout the day. Got the ocean over here. We're just coming down to 1,000 feet so we can see the scenery. So let's also, in our browser, let's pull up Google Maps throughout the day so we can see where we are. So zoom out, there's us, there's my family with our mobile phones. We're just coming along the edge of this piece of coastline. So if you go and look on Little Nav Map, that will correspond with it. So we're just coming past Dunbeath, Lather-on-Wheel, Ramscraigs, Borg, Newport, Berrydale. So those are the small villages along this piece of coastline. So if we look out sideways, you can see a lot of these little farming communities. Sit up in the seat so we can see over the edge of the canopy a little bit. So a lot of the UK has had scenery updates from Asobo, so it's actually very accurate. We're quite lucky. See the water? The sun's shining off of it this morning. So I'm a little bit low for even for VFR conditions. I really should be above 1,000 feet. You shouldn't go within 1,000 feet of obstacles. So, I'm only 1,000 feet above the sea, so I should be several hundred feet more than that to allow for the headlands. Okay, so how are we doing in terms of our VOR that points us to Inverness? If we turn the course knob, we can figure out exactly what direction it is. So this coastline, you can see it kind of, well, you can't see at the moment, it's going to scoop around. We're heading slightly to our 11 o'clock position, so we're heading somewhere over there. So this coast goes all the way around. Whoa, turbulence. They're being thrown all over the place. So given the nature of the weather, I'm inclined to climb above it. So you can see copses of trees below us, valleys and rivers, some hills we're just coming past. We are being kicked all over the place by the wind though. I'm inclined to climb above it. This is no fun at all. So go to heading mode on the autopilot, engage the autopilot, we'll go for 5,000 feet again. And we will go vertical speed of 1,000 feet a minute. And we're pushing maximum throttle torque on the propeller, so I'm just going to turn down the propeller a little bit. We have got the fuel turned down as well, although the simulator doesn't really simulate it. I'm doing that to get maximum range out of the aircraft. So we'll see how we go. So we're now climbing. Climbing, hopefully top out above these clouds. And let's have a look at the map quickly and see where we are. So we don't really need that Google Maps tab, it's not as much use as Little Nav Map, but the weather one is. So we can see the wind is really whistling across, so it's going to be even stronger when we get down to Edinburgh. So maybe we won't be landing at Glasgow and Edinburgh, it may be too fast. But we'll see what it's like at low level. We can find that out now actually, while we're just flying along this piece of coastline. Let's go and find out the information for Edinburgh on Little Nav Map. So show information for Edinburgh Airport. And we've got the weather here, 260, 11 knot wind, that's not too bad at all. What about Glasgow? Show information for Glasgow Airport, 250 degrees, 9 knots, yeah, that's fine. So the approach might be hairy. So what about North Connell on the way, after we've gone through the Loch Ness? So show information, 230 degrees, 12 knots, so it's getting stronger but it's not too bad. And again, once we're down in the valley along Loch Ness, if we fly low along Loch Ness, we should be okay. Okay, we're coming out in the clouds on the way to Inverness. It's looking good so far. How far have we got to go? So what we're going to do is climb another 1,000 feet. Well, should we go up to 7,000? I just want to see if we can see the clouds a bit more nicely. So we're still climbing at 1,000 feet a minute. Just coming up through 5,000 feet in a moment. We're going to continue climbing. It's unfortunate on some of the turboprops the fuel mixture isn't really simulated properly, so you haven't got the idea of thinning the fuel out for the fuel air mixture at altitude. On the basic piston engined aircraft it's simulated and it works very well, so you get to kind of 3,000-4,000 feet in a Cessna and you're having to start thinning out the mixture. But here we go, you can see the sea down there. So if we go and scoot into the back of the... Oh, these parcels are in our way now, having to climb over them. So if we go and scoot into the back of the Kodiak, you can see a view of Scotland going by. We're zooming along. The rendering of clouds in Flight Simulator is spectacular, isn't it? Just going to look at the other side. So let's go and get rid of these parcels because they're just in our way now, climbing around in the back. So we're going to throw, apparently all the chocolate biscuits are going to go, you know, straight over the side. several pieces of farmland on the coast en route to Inverness are going to have chocolate hobnobs falling from the sky around them. So Patrick saying, good morning, I'm currently struggling along with a headwind of 42 knots heading to Bellacola, CYDD in the Twin Otter. At least I can see the ground. Yeah, I'm having trouble with that. Yeah, I'm in the Kodiak again. Patrick's a good friend, by the way, for people listening. He is one of the administrators at a group called My Air, they meet up twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and they do ATC controlled flights where a couple of the group are nominated as air traffic controllers, and they sit in Discord and communicate with ATC during the flight. It's great fun. So they do kind of about 500-600 mile flights in the big jets. It's good fun. So if you search for My Air on the internet, or My Air Virtual, you will discover them. Okay, let's go back over to the front of the aircraft. Look at the front. It's not very hospitable, is it? How are we looking on the map? Do we need to make the turn yet towards Inverness? No, we're still over the coastline, so we can see that on the map. So we're going to turn south soon. So shall we can do this via the VOR that we tuned in, remember? So if we tune the VOR to find out what direction the beacon is from us. So if we add 10 degrees to this, so our course should be 197, but we probably need a heading of 187 to hold against the wind. So we'll try that. So we're going to turn now for 187 degrees. Sorry, 10 degrees more, not 10 degrees less. So 207. And let's see how that works. May even need 15 degrees. So let's get 212 degrees. That's 15 degrees across the wind. And see if that holds us against it. So we should be heading directly for Inverness. Okay, so while we're doing that, because that'll take a few minutes to show any change, we can carry on looking out at the spectacular weather out here. Oh my word. It's going to be a good one. So I'm presuming we're going to get this kind of weather all the way through Scotland, unfortunately, so hopefully we'll get a low cloud base when we get to Edinburgh. We could try tuning in ATIS, I guess, along the way. So has Inverness got ATIS? Let's pull up the ATC. Nearest airport list. Inverness. No, we've only got Tower. If we tune Inverness Tower, no, it's not going to give us anything more. Okay, we'll leave that for the moment. That's a shame. So ATIS stands for Air Traffic Information Service. It would usually it's a rotating tape recording, or these days it would be a digital recording of a readout of the current weather conditions at the airfield and any other notices they need to make pilots aware of. So yeah, we've got here showing for, is this Inverness? No, this is North Connell we're showing. So let's go and show the information for Inverness. Broken 028. Yep, so clouds are broken at 028, so 2,800 feet. So the cloud base isn't too bad at Inverness. So should we dive down below it? We'll go to 2,000 feet. So So we're at 7,000 at the moment. We're going to go for a target altitude of 2,000 feet. Let's just zoom in so we can see what we're doing. Go for a vertical speed of 1,500 feet a minute down now. We'll cut the engine back so we don't accelerate. We could actually drop at 2,000 feet a minute, it wouldn't hurt. Just to improve our frame rates, we're going to go and pull the breaker on the standby attitude indicator in the Kodiak, because we don't need it today. We're just using the G1000. Inverness, the gateway to the Highlands, says Alec Clapperton. Lee Rose says, the clouds, wow, yes, it's going to be an eventful day. So I'm flying the length of the UK, and it's going to be, yeah, a struggle until we get out of Scotland. I looked on windy.com earlier. You can see the whole of the north, and it's blowing in from the west. So by the time I get down to England, it's probably going to be cloud covered as well. We don't know. The story could change, and it's broken here and there, so it's not too bad. But it does give you these amazing views down through the gaps in the clouds. So how are we doing on our... So we've crossed too much across that wind, so we're going to go back to 205 degrees and see if this needle comes back towards the middle. So this is leading us directly to the VOR at Inverness. And we can pull up the distance measuring equipment as well. So if we go to PFD, we can say I want the DME switched on, so it tells us how far away the VOR station is that we're tuned into. So we've got 16 miles to run. And rubbish visibility at the moment, but we are descending, remember. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that visibility is going to get a whole lot better. Aha, so Patrick Cole is saying that Inverness on 109.20 does have ATIS. It's just not in the simulator. Okay, so we're going to accelerate again. So we've leveled out now at 2,000 feet. We've still got 14 miles to go. Let's drop down a little bit more, go down to 1,500 feet. We're having to start to be careful though about the height of the ground beneath us. So I'm just going to come down at 500 feet a minute to 1,500 feet. We are still not crabbing back across, so I'm going to straighten ourselves up. Yeah, the wind has spun round. A little bit, and so we're just straightening up to go the course, and the wind is going to blow us back towards the course straight to Inverness. So we're flying directly towards Inverness, but we're off to the side. If you look on the map, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, so we're flying towards it. If we were going in a straight line, we would miss to one side, but the wind is blowing us this way. Based on the wind, we want to come in anyway to this side, so I'm going to let the wind continue blowing us. We will see the airfield fairly soon. If you look on the map, it's just across the bay. Unfortunately, the weather looks far worse over there than here, so yeah, that's going to be interesting. Just out of interest then, should we try tuning COM1 into 109.20 Patrick is saying. So 109. Ah. You can't do that in the simulator. Com doesn't go to that range. I wonder if he means 119.20. Let's have a look. At Inverness again. So if I right click on Inverness and show information. Com frequencies, yeah, it's only got the tower. That's a shame. Okay, so we're doing 160 knots, we're skipping along. So yeah, you can see what I mean about having to be careful as we descended down to 1500 feet. The hills here actually are quite high. So you can see I'm leaving some of that horrendous weather behind. And we're going into some more horrendous weather. Just coming across the bay here. So Inverness is getting close. We can see on the distance measuring equipment we're only 5 miles out. So I'm going to come off the autopilot. I'm going to turn us across the wind, but then we're going to turn back into the wind to approach. So let's straighten our view up. We should get visual soon on the airfield. It's just over there, probably behind the... Yeah, it's on the ground there. Just see the runway now. Yeah. Nice out of the way. Again, we're just doing a touch and go. Could even do this one with no flaps. Just roll in. Just remember we've got that headwind. It's going to slow us down. Yeah, look, the speed is coming off so quickly because of the headwind. So we will go for flaps 1, just to give us that bit of insurance. If we did want to come down any more steeply, we could give it a bootload of right rudder and drop the left wing and side slip in. It's like using an elevator, except my my joystick is sliding around on the desk, so not the best idea. So let's get this straightened back up. Okay, full throttle, and the plane has taken itself back off again, which is always handy. Flaps up. Okay, we're in heading mode, so we centre the heading and then we engage autopilot. It takes a while for the gyros to correct. We set our vertical speed of 1,000 feet a minute again. And we're off to the races. Pull the throttle back. So we're climbing out of Inverness. Next leg is along the length of Loch Ness. You can see down here, we're going to fly into Loch Ness. So we'll probably stay to 1,000 feet rather than 1,500. So we're going for the entrance point over there of the loch. So if anyone's heard the stories about Loch Ness. Kilo Bravo Alpha said smooth on the comments. Yeah, it was a half decent landing. It was a shame I wiggled a bit when I touched the wheels down, but I guess with the wind you can't really avoid that sometimes. So yeah, if anyone's not heard the stories about Loch Ness that's watching this internationally, maybe it's kind of famous for a monster living beneath the water somewhere. I think it's been invented for tourism reasons, maybe. Nobody have a go at me for saying that. But yeah, if you see the stories, people will claim there's a thing that looks a bit like a plesiosaur that lives beneath the water in Loch Ness. There have been numerous scans of the loch, nobody's ever found anything. It's a bit like the UFO thing where, you know, we've got all these cameras and all this technology, and yet no one's ever got a decent picture or film of it. So yeah, the likelihood of it existing is decidedly low. So just to stay out of the cloud, as we get over the water, I'm going to descend down to say 500 feet. So I'm just checking. I've just corrected our barometric pressure, which I had not done. And yeah, we're higher than we need to be. So we're just dropping down to 1,000 feet. I'd completely forgotten about barometric pressure this morning. That's a bad one on me. Yep, many Americans even know the story of Loch Ness or Nessie. I took a boat tour across Loch Ness when I visited the UK some years ago. So yeah, and I bet you didn't see a thing. And I wonder why that might be. We can only speculate. You know, we shouldn't really go saying there's nothing down there, because there probably is for all we know. I mean, if you get the tin hat conspiracy theorists, they'll probably claim there's an entrance to the hollow earth through the bottom of Loch Ness or something. The Vernian theory, isn't it? It's called. Because of course all fictional novels are based on fact, if you have the right amount of tinfoil on your head. Okay, so I'm just looking at the wind. We're heading directly into the wind. Right. Bluetooth speaker just come to life in the room. No idea why. Obviously that's the tinfoil hat brigade connecting to the radio waves. Oh no. So I'm going to drop down to 500 feet while we're going over the loch. Coming down at 500 feet a minute to 500 feet. Actually, I don't dare go that low, because what height is the water in the loch? This is a really good question. Is it above sea level? Does anybody know this? Yeah, I'm going to raise our target altitude to 700 feet, or 800 even. I have a funny feeling that the loch is above sea level. Let's go. Does it show us on little nav map. It doesn't, does it? But we can get the height of nearby contour lines. So there's the 200 metre one. Oh, maybe it doesn't then. Maybe it is at 0. Because the entrance... I'm not going to guess. So yeah, Loch Ness is an amazing place. Especially in kind of dark, forbidding weather like this. Which, to be honest, Scotland's like this a lot. It gets a lot of extreme weather. It's a bit like Ireland. Ireland sees a lot of rain. Because I guess it comes in over the Atlantic. So I'm just using the... You shouldn't really do this. I'm steering using the heading knob on the autopilot. But it's as good a way as any. So when we get to the other end of the coast, when we get to North Connell, I'm going to park and go make a coffee. So I'm going to go and park my plane up at North Connell. Go make myself a cup of coffee. Yep. Oh, I think it might have been my dad calling. I'll be back in a moment. Hiya. How you doing? What is that? Okay, I'm back. I just had a phone call, so I cut the microphone so I could speak. Okay, so yes, we are in the Kodiak. This is one of the best aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's a commercial aircraft, so you have to buy it. It's not free in the sim or anything. But the level of fidelity in the airplane is absolutely brilliant. And of course, you can see it looks amazing as well. You can obviously see the inside is modelled as well. We can go wandering around. We can operate all the levers. We could open that door. I'm not going to while we're in mid-flight, or not even going to attempt to. Crazy things like the cup holders work, so you can you can go and open the cup holders. yeah, so it's very, very good. We can go and look out the window and see, all of the machinery on the wings works when you operate the flaps. It's a bit dangerous doing what I'm doing, wandering around the aircraft while it's flying on autopilot. There we go. So while we are flying along the length of Loch Ness, I'm just going to quickly run into the kitchen and put the kettle on. But before I do that, I'm going to start us climbing, because otherwise there's a risk I could hit this hill that we're coming towards. So, of course, the danger is we're going to go into the cloud base as soon as we climb. We're below the cloud at the moment, so let's try this and just see what happens. Maybe, yeah, we're nearly at the destination airfield, so let's have a look. How far have we got to go? About 40 miles. There is a small airfield here that we could stop at briefly. Fort Augustus airstrip. So maybe we think about that. Maybe I stop there while I go and make a coffee. Yeah, we'll do that. So I'm just disabling the autopilot. So we're going to look for Fort Augustus airstrip, and we'll do a temporary landing there while I go make a coffee, and then we carry on with the journey. I wonder if they've got a visitor centre there at Fort Augustus. So I'm losing some speed. God, look at the clouds sitting in the valley ahead. That's great, isn't it? So we're going to have some pretty thick mist soon. So we're just slowing down. Let's get a look out the side window. So we're looking for Fort Augustus airstrip. Should be over here somewhere in the grass. Is this it up on the hillside? May well be. Let's get some height. I think that's it, isn't it? Yes. So there's the airstrip. Okay, so I'm going to go and land at Fort Augustus temporarily, just so I can go grab a coffee, and then I'll come back. So we're just losing some speed, so I can drop the flaps. Oh, we need to do a circuit actually, because we need to come in from the south. Or sorry, from the east. So we can't land this direction because it'll be with the wind. So we also, this is fun, isn't it? We're going to have to come in back from the bay, looking at the hill, and of course the cloud is here. Of course, is it just reflections? I think it's just reflections in the glass. So let's go back over the bay. So we'll fly directly over the airstrip. This is going to be a fun one, isn't it? So we're going to come into Fort Augustus. We're just losing some altitude and speed. So back to idle on the engines. And then we can safely drop the flaps. Keep it on the speed. We don't want to get any slower than about 85 knots in the Kodiak while manoeuvring, he says, as he drops below 85 knots. The danger number is 70 knots, as at that point the wings stop operating safely as wings, and you can very easily drop the left wing because of the rotation of the engine. It's the left wing that will go. So there's the airstrip. So full flaps. There's a bit of turbulence, but not too much. The wind is down to 14 knots. So let's straighten our view up. It'd be handy if we could see the indicated airspeed. Go. So flaps back up, and we will turn off the runway here onto the grass, although we're already on the grass, I guess. And taxi back down. Someone else is saying butter on the landing. It was quite a smooth one, wasn't it? But we were going very slow. So once I got over the runway and knew I didn't have to accelerate, I just pulled the throttle back and we fell slowly onto the runway. Okay, so let's just turn towards the runway. And I'm going to cut the throttle there. Put the parking brake on. And we will take off in a few minutes. I'm going to go and grab a coffee. I'll be a couple of minutes. So I'm just going to cut the mic. Okay, I'm back. So, we're going to take off from Kirkwall. Let's have a look at the map before we get going. Sorry, not Kirkwall, Fort Augustus airstrip we are at the moment. We're going to fly on towards North Connell now, at the other end of the valley. We're going to fly over the top of Fort William along the way. So let's see where we are. Flaps. We need to put some flaps down. So you can see there's actually a flaps lever here on the... Can we drag it? Yeah, we can. So we're going to go to the first level of flaps. Check the various levers. I didn't press anything by accident while we were messing around. It's 9 degrees, so it's quite warm, but it's just this low hanging mist everywhere, which is a bit of a pain. Okay, so release the parking brake, increase the throttles to get us rolling again. Once you get a little bit of momentum in Flight Simulator, the aircraft travels quite easily. It's just getting the momentum is the problem. So full throttle. So we're looking for airspeed above all else. We're flying into a strong headwind though, so airspeed shouldn't be a problem. So 80 knots, 90 knots, and gently rotate, and we're airborne. So then watching the indicated airspeed meter, so flaps up. So flaps are now completely up, and we're flying by hand just for the moment. And let's turn right over the top of this hill. I'll sit up in the seat so we can see. And we'll fly low through the next few valleys. Too bad you can't reach Mount Everest in that plane. I think the Kodiak probably would be okay up there, because things like the Twin Otter can operate up there, and it's a similar aircraft. So I wouldn't be surprised if you could operate above kind of 15,000 feet. I think its ceiling is 25,000. So certainly base camp level you could fly around. So yeah, the Kodiak should be fine flying around the mountains. So there's the next part of the journey along that lake over there, or lake, the inlet. So we're going to carry on along this valley, the length of it. So the spit of land in between there, I think, is where Fort William is. So let's slow down a little bit. It's a bit misty, isn't it? Yeah, so I think, like I said, I think the Kodiak has got a ceiling of 25,000 feet. So you'd have to go and check what the altitudes are around Everest. And it's got a raft of anti-icing features built in, so it should be good. I don't think it's quite as hardy as planes like the Twin Otter, so the Twin Otter would obviously be better. But yeah, you can take the Kodiak to places like Lukla, and it's fine with it. Whether it can go high enough, safely enough to like circle the peak of Everest, I'm not sure. Okay, so if we just have a little look at the map. Oh no, Fort William isn't until a little way further along. This is Lagan, and Lagan Locks. There should be a little castle down here, but I'm not sure how impressive, or although it's marked as a castle on the map. Maps are notorious for that, aren't they? It'll be marked as a castle and you get there and there's a pile of rubble. So I apologise to the people of Lagan if we have just dissed their castle. It might be a very impressive castle for all we know, or for all I know, I should say. So let's have a look from the outside view as we go past. Although saying that the Black Shark AI might have put a tower block there. If it was an impressive castle, you never know, do you? Yeah, this is no normal single engine prop plane. That's not a piston engine. It's a turboprop. So this is pressurized cabin. Look, we've got cabin atmospheric controls that we can go and play around with. So this is a bit of an upmarket upgrade. So let's go and centre the heading up. We are at 1,000 feet, so let's go for 1,200 feet on the altitude at the moment. Vertical speeds engaged for 200 feet a minute, and we're going to go and re-engage the autopilot in heading mode and vertical speed mode. So while we're flying along, now we can free our hands up from holding the stick. There is another beacon over here for OBA. So if we go and have a look at that, it's not the same kind of, it's just a DME beacon, which means we can't get direction on it. But you know, got so much scenery around here, we don't really need that. So we are going to go and have another look. 110.55. So if we tune in on nav1 110.55, and this is all academic because we've got GPS. And when we get a bit closer, we might be able to get some readings from that. But like I say, we've got GPS, which makes it all academic, really. We could be programming in these routes on the flight plan. So I'm going to open the throttle back up, and let's get there a bit more quickly. There we go. Apparently this is the horizon line that the simulator renders through hills sometimes under certain atmospheric conditions, and Asobo say they are working on it. Oh, actually no, that's not the horizon line, that's that's a reflection in the window. But yeah, in mountainous areas you can sometimes see the horizon line through the hills, and Asobo do say they are working on it, but I don't think it's scheduled to be fixed anytime soon. So Angelic Storm is saying, I've watched a lot of in real life videos of planes taking off from Tenzing Hillary Airport. Yeah, that's Lukla, isn't it? By Everest. I've never seen a single engine plane do it. That's awesome if that plane is able to do it. Yeah, of course it can. The reason you don't see many single engine planes operating in the mountains is safety. Yeah, obviously a twin, apart from the power difference or the torque difference with having two propellers, you've got an element of safety with a twin operating in those conditions. Because you imagine if you have to ditch an aeroplane in those conditions, that's a major undertaking to go fetch it. I mean, I think everyone's seen the videos of the helicopters going to rescue in the mountains and the helicopter crashes. So yeah, helicopters suffer the same problem, that you get an engine failure and you're going down. Whereas at least with a twin you've got a level of redundancy there. It's the same reason that the Navy prefers fighter planes with two engines, because operating from a boat you don't really get much option in the ocean to ditch or to carry on if your engine fails. So yeah, I think the major consideration in mountainous areas for operating twins is safety, as far as I'm aware. I may be wrong. Could be cost as well. So we've still got the wind generating. Yeah, the DME has picked up now. Obviously if we go and press the course knob now, it's not, it is going to point towards the DME, but it's not going to give us where we are in relation to it. Yeah, so there's the big difference. We can tune this to point directly at the DME beacon, but we don't get the radials to tune in. Yeah, the bar is not there. That's quite useful to know. "27 nautical miles." So we're just playing with the heading knob to keep us in the middle of this waterway. Let's go and have a look. So we're about to go past Fort William, which is just down here. So is Fort William an actual fort, or is it just the name of the town? I think it's just the name of the town. The West Highland Museum, Lidl supermarket, KFC at Fort William, and then the old Inverloch Castle. So that should be down here somewhere. So whereabouts is it on the water? It's just on the entrance of... Let's go here. So the old Inverloch Castle is there. There you go. You can see it. So they have drawn a castle in there. So that might be a custom 3D asset. So it actually looks quite good. So this is Fort William, the town. And there's the Lidl. I think that was the Lidl, wasn't it? Yeah. I didn't... Okay, I'm not being paid by Lidl. I should just mention that. I haven't got any kind of sponsorships going on the channel. Okay. If we go and zoom out the range, or increase the range of the GPS, we should see Ober coming up, which is the DME that we're tuned into. 22 miles away. How are we doing for fuel? We're down to about half a tank now. So based on that, if we go and look, there's Ober, and then we're going to leave Ober, fly 50 miles down to Glasgow, then down to Edinburgh. I think by the time we get to Edinburgh we'll have to start thinking about refuelling. I'm not sure we'll get all the way to Newcastle before we need to refuel. Obviously when we get to the big cities I will fly around the big cities and have an explore of them. So, Angelic Storm has come back. Have you taken off and landed from that airport? I know it's listed as the most dangerous airport in the world. Yeah, Lucla's great fun. I've done some group flights there where lots of us were attempting it. It's not too difficult actually. Well, in the simulator it's not too difficult. It's just because you don't have the pressure of if you get it wrong, you're going to have an accident. Because you can't really do a go around at Lucla. You have to commit to it and go in, and because there's a massive, mountainside that it's on the back of, so you haven't really got much room for a go around. You have to say you're going around before you're on finals, basically. Once you're on finals, you are committed. Okay, let's have a look. Coming out over the bay now, and look at the weather. Oh my word. So let's go and look out the front. That's pretty spectacular, isn't it? Flight Simulator is very good at this kind of billowing clouds and sunshine. I was going to say, anybody that's following, if you're not subscribing, please do go hit the subscribe button. It helps me enormously, and hit the like button on the video, on the live stream. So please, please, please do hit the like and subscribe. It helps me. And in the long run it will help me to fund aeroplanes, to be able to show you aeroplanes on the channel that have come out for Flight Simulator, so it's all good. So it's no cost to you to do that, just hit like and subscribe. And obviously then it tells you when I'm online as well, which is quite useful. If you don't mind listening to me rabbiting on. Okay, let's have a look around at this scenery. So behind us, we're just leaving the valley behind us. Chugging along on autopilot at the moment. Back inside the aircraft. I should really run transmitter while I'm doing this. So we're going transmitter, I'll explain it again in a moment. People who are regular watchers will know exactly what transmitter does. Flying the length of the UK in a live stream on YouTube, and I should be able to actually tell people the URL of the stream. So if I just quickly go into YouTube and go to, here we go. So we're going. I'll go and borrow the URL and close that down again, and I can put that into transmitter and say connect. So what's happening now is our position is being broadcast on the map. So other people that use transmitter for group flights and things will be able to see me. So on the Who's Online page at virtualflight.online, you can now see me on the map. So if we go and zoom in on me over here, if I click on me, it tells it it's Jonathan Beckett, virtualflight.online, where I am, the speed I'm going, and any notes I wrote, and the link to the channel. So there you go. So if you've not seen this, transmitter is a little tool I wrote some time ago that allows you to see other humans on the map in Little Nav Map. That's its primary purpose. So if there was a group of us, I would see little red aeroplanes. So if I zoom out, orange ones are the AI planes from the simulator. The red ones are people using transmitter. Yeah, so if I zoom in, whoops, wrong button. So if I zoom in down here, we've got FDANG, we've got another one over here, GDS 2528, and you can actually go and click. This is a guy called Gerald, the TN charter group, who's flying, so he's using it as well. So, but you will notice, yeah, so you can see other humans on the map in Little Nav Map, which otherwise wouldn't be possible. So it just solves that for you. So I need to take note of this all of a sudden. So I'm just going to reset the map. So we're going to go directly south, remembering the wind. So let's have a look at the runways here. We're going to have a crosswind no matter what we do. So we've got a hill in our way if we come in from runway 19, but we'll see how severe that is. So let's go and turn south on the autopilot. We're going to have to start becoming mindful of these hills, so we'll probably go manual in a moment. So yeah, Virtual Flight Online is a website that I've built, and you can see I am now listed. I'm the most recent person to go live today. So obviously the people that have been on longer are nearer the top of the list. You can resort just by clicking on the titles, but when you click on somebody, it tells you where they are on the map and gives you their information. So it's really good. It's just a nice little utility that helps share where you are for others. So I'm going to close that for the moment, leave the weather on because it's quite useful. And yes, you can see we're getting near to land. So just behind this hill is the airfield, remember. So I've gone to manual control. So we are approaching North Connell Airport. So you can see if I zoom out, this is us approaching that hill. So if we go to the side of the hill and start slowing, we should have a good approach into North Connell. Checking the rudder's working correctly. The plane is being thrown all over the place. I never quite know if it's a joystick malfunction or turbulence. Okay, so let's have a look. We're just passing this hill. So there's the airfield, we can see it. So cut back the power immediately. Flaps. Just going straighten up for the runway. Sit up in the chair. Go for full flaps. You have to be careful with the Kodiak, because if you accelerate too hard, the torque from the engine pulls the nose left. You lose lift on the left wing, and you drop the left wing and go into the ground, basically. So you need to be a little bit careful with it. So this is North Connell. You'll forgive me if I don't respond to comments immediately while I'm on approach, because I'll be concentrating. Okay, full throttle. And we're up again. So we're going to climb out, pull the throttle back a bit. Flaps up. What kind of software development work do I do is being asked by Angelic Storm. I work for a company that does all kinds of integration and automation work. So a lot of our work is with the Microsoft stack, but that's been broadening out just recently. In recent months I've been working with Ruby on Rails on some web development projects, but in the past I've been something of a expert is the wrong word, but I've done a lot of work with business automation tools, things like, you may not have heard of them, a lot of the public never have, things like Nintex, Power Automate, Power Apps in the Microsoft 365 stack. So yeah, I get involved in all kinds of automation tools. So I'll explain a little bit in a minute. So if we go centre the heading up, go to heading mode on the autopilot, turn the autopilot back on. We're going to climb to 2,000 feet, and we're going to do that at 1,000 feet a minute. Okay. So let's try and get above this cloud. I think we've got a fairly long leg now, haven't we? Yeah, 50 miles over to Glasgow. And then we'll obviously do a tour of Glasgow along the way. So let's get the altitude up to 5,000 feet. And we want to be following 139 degrees to get to Glasgow, so we're just going to spin the heading round to 139 degrees. Now, bearing in mind the wind is going to push us that way, we will get pushed back towards the track, so we'll just dial in the route direction and we will diagonally get pushed across by the wind. There's a 24 knot crosswind, and that's probably going to get stronger as we get higher. Okay, so we can see the hills. So as we're climbing, the hills are coming up as well, so it's a bit of a race against time to see who can get the highest first. If we lose, we hit the floor. No, obviously we'll be looking out the window. Can you remind me of the website you mentioned earlier where you do the ATC? Also, what is the website the weather site. Okay, the weather website I'm using along the way is windy.com, and it's really good because you can put the ICAO codes of the airfields in. I need to keep an eye on this for a moment, if you hang on. We're not climbing at all. That's why the hills are getting closer. This is why you have to keep an eye on things. Okay, we're climbing out to 5,000 feet now. We weren't before. So we were heading for those trees at the top of that hill, which would not have been good, and the windmills on the leeward side of the hill, which had been... Yeah, look at these windmills. They're just asking for small aeroplanes to chop up, aren't they? So we're going to have a look through the windows while we're here. It's amazing scenery, isn't it? I mean, look at that. Look at that this side. This is probably not good practice, by the way, for the pilot to get out of the seat and look out of the side windows at the back of the aeroplane. For one thing, I'm adjusting the centre of gravity as I'm doing this. But yeah, that's a windy day, isn't it? Look at that lot. And you can see the clouds whistling across the ground. Okay, so we're going to jump into the pilot's seat, and some big fluffy clouds ahead. Okay, so getting back to your questions, windy.com is really useful. So say we know we are going to Glasgow, EGPF, we can go to windy.com and we can type that in. So not only will it take place names, we can go EGPF, so Echo Golf Papa Foxtrot, and it comes up with the weather station and the airport. So if we click on the airport, it starts flashing on the map, and it gives you a full METAR readout for the airport and a weather forecast and winds and everything. It's really cool. So then obviously you can zoom in on this map and get a more detailed view, and you can see the animated wind blowing across the airfield, so you get an idea of where the wind is and the strength of it. But yeah, so you get the forecast, you get the clouds, you get everything, and it's free. So how stunning is that? So the website I was talking about, let's just go and check the aircraft before we go talking about websites, is My Air Virtual. So if we go and do a search for My Air Virtual, it will be the top result, and there you go. And it should come up soon, hopefully. Their server's going a bit slow. There you go. So they are a virtual airline on the internet, and they also have a Discord server, and the Discord server for newcomers is obviously the easiest way in, where you can just go and join a group flight and use their air traffic control. So you can, and they're very, very good at bringing newcomers on board. If you ever looked at VATSIM and thought, oh, that all looks a bit scary, then My Air are a really good stepping stone towards something like VATSIM, where the controllers are friendly and they will explain things, and there's only ever kind of 10 or 12 people on a flight, if that, so they've got time, and the other pilots will have time as well to explain and to bring newcomers on. My Air flies all over the world. Yeah, they're not a particular country or anything. They are international. They have pilots that are international, and they organise flights all over the place. They don't have set routes like some of the other airlines or some of the other virtual airlines, and they're not as strict as some of the other virtual airlines. It's more about having fun and just the experience. So this is getting a bit dicey. Look at this plane being thrown around. Turbulence in this cloud. Hopefully, yeah, we've just come back out of the cloud, and look at that. It's great, isn't it? Let's scoot across. So this waterway beneath us, let's have a look at the map and see what it is. So we're flying over... Oh, this doesn't always have the waterways, does it? Firth of Clyde. It's one of the tributaries by the look of it. So we're about to fly over Loch Goil and Loch Long and Loch Eck. So down to our side down here, if we go right up against the window, no, we can't quite do it. You might have been able to see that, but there's a huge cloud in the way. So yeah, if you just want to fly along with a group of people and you don't want to do the air traffic control and just have a bit of back and forth conversation along the way, every Sunday evening virtualflight.online does a VFR flight, and it's usually airport hopping somewhere in the world, and we get anything from kind of 20 to 30 pilots joining in, and it's very informal, lots of banter along the way, and it's deliberately not too serious. It's just a group of friends hanging out on a Sunday evening together that like aviation and like flying flight simulators. And again, we organise the flights all over the world, and if you visit virtualflight.online, there's a link to the Discord server right there on the front page. Okay, we're getting there. So this scenery is like pretty spectacular, isn't it? So there's a hill coming up on our left. That's going to be this range of hills, I guess. There's one closer though. There's this particular ridge that we can see just here. It doesn't have a name by the look of it. Not on the Google terrain map anyway. So this is Loch Goyle, just down below us down here. And the one in front of us is Loch Long. Okay, so we're getting closer and closer to Glasgow. So seeing as there are no hills directly in front of us, we're going to start descending down to 3,000 feet. So let's sit down so we can see the instruments. So we've got 3,000 as a target altitude, vertical speed mode, and we descend at 500 feet a minute to 3,000 feet. And we come off the throttle a little bit. We could descend faster than that, I guess. Let's go for 1,000 feet a minute, so it won't take too long, a couple of minutes, and we'll follow this river down towards the estuary. Okay, it's looking good. So we're going to have a look around the see what we can see through the sides. So we're just coming over these hills, descending alongside them. Quite spectacular, aren't they? I think the Kodiak has become kind of my favourite aircraft for this kind of flight. Although I have been flying the new Twin Otter quite a bit as well. The only downside to the Twin Otter is it's very noisy. So you end up turning down a lot of the sound in the simulator just because you end up deaf. It's a much older design of aircraft than the Kodiak, so it's noisy, it's rattly, and it's a bit idiosyncratic in the way you have to fly it. Whereas the Kodiak's very forgiving. Okay, I'm a bit worried about what hills exist on this run-in, so let's have a look at the map. So we should be good. Just to counter that, just in case, we're going to go out into the estuary and fly in up the estuary. So we're turning to 170. Into the estuary to avoid the hill. Yeah, and we're going to fly up this way. Now, looking at the wind, runway 09 looks like, oh sorry, the opposite of that. Runway 27 looks like a good candidate at Glasgow. Let's see what Glasgow tell us. Should we use air traffic control for this one? Tune Glasgow. Oh, we can get ATIS at Glasgow.
Glasgow Airport information, Mike 1200 Zulu. Wind 242 at 17. Visibility 6. Sky condition, ceiling 2,200 feet overcast. Temperature, niter. Dew point 10. Altimeter 30.53. ILS runway 23 in use. Landing and departing runway 23. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have Mike.
There we go.
Glasgow Airport information, Mike
So
120
it loops round the
Zulu.
ATIS instruction. So we go
242 at 17. Visibility
tune
6.
Glasgow, approach. Yeah, we're not going to bother using ATC today. So you can see we're in the cloud now. So we're having to rely much more on the GPS. So we're going to increase the range, or reduce the range, so we can see where we are in terms of that approach. And obviously we've got little nav map to help us out as well. So we're going to turn. We can measure a distance on here. 100 degrees or thereabouts. Whoops. So we're at 2,000 feet. We're going to drop down to 1,500 feet. So we're having to be a little bit careful because the wind and the weather are not helping us in any way, shape or form. We might have to use runway 23 and use ILS, so we will do that. It's looking dangerous enough that we'll have to. So 110.10 on nav 1. So we're going to go for an ILS approach. 110.10. And we make that the active nav frequency. The nav radio reflects it. Obviously we're going towards it at the moment, so it's all reversed. So that will all spin around in a moment. Notice because this is a localizer, the course makes no difference to the arrows anymore. So this will flick over in a moment. As soon as we go past, kind of, you know, past the airfield, it will spin round. There we go. So now we know we need to turn right to go towards the runway. So if we go and look out over there, can we see it? It should be about there. So I think that might be it out there. But we'll know when we get there. Or is it closer than that? Ah, there it is. There's the airfield. There's the control tower. There's a beacon light flashing over there, I think, somewhere. Or maybe that was a trick of the light. There it is. There is a beacon over there somewhere. No, it was another aircraft. It was a trick of the light as it was going along. Okay, so we're going to intersect the ILS approach for Glasgow. So let's go, and you can see the line of waypoints in towards the airfield. It's quite funny. Let's have a look at the map. So you can see the wind has blown us gently away from the track that we were aiming for. We can remove this distance measurement now. So we are going to start turning in towards the airport very soon. So I'm off the autopilot. Manual control. Start reducing speed and start to gently make our turn. So if we look out across, see the airfield over here. So we have got visual. It's just nice to have the backup of ILS just in case. ILS stands for Instrument Landing System if you're just starting with simulators. I'll explain what it will show on the displays as we roll in towards the runway. So you will see there's a green line here. When that's in the middle of the arrow points towards the airfield and towards the direction of the runway actually, relative to us. So the green line is the centre line of the runway. If we are to the left, then the line will be to the right. If we are to the right, the line will be to the left, so we have to chase the line. Also, you will notice there is a green diamond called the glide slope, or that represents the glide slope. And if you imagine a line through the air that you're supposed to follow down to the runway, that's 3 degrees normally. This means we are above it and we are descending towards that invisible line in the sky. So then if I pull the nose up now, we are on the line. Yep, so we're flying down the glide slope directly to the runway. Obviously we can see the runway, so it's a bit pointless. But if we had very low visibility, then we could use that as a really good reference. Okay, so we're going for flaps, for just one stage of flaps. It's a massive runway. We don't need to do any sort of short field approach. So this is a Kodiak. Somebody's just asked on the chat. Why? I'm busy looking at the chat and not flying the aeroplane, so that's my bad. So you'll notice there's 2 big markers. The ILS will aim to put your plane down on the runway at those markers. So I'm busy doing 2 things at once and horrendously approaching the airfield. Is that a scenery problem in the middle of, or is it just a taxiway? It looks like a step, doesn't it? I wonder if I should stay in the air just in case. I think it's just a difference in tarmac colour. There's definitely a ridge there as well. Yeah, there is, look. The aircraft's bumping along. Okay, so we're back in the air. That was the worst approach of the journey so far, basically because I was trying to do 2 or 3 things at once. Okay, so we centre the heading back up on the direction we're going. We hit the autopilot. So it's going to follow that heading. It's climbing towards 1,500 feet, but it's going crazy at the rate it's doing it. So we're going to bring that back under control and say go for 1,000 feet a minute, please. We're going to raise the flaps, cut the engine back, and relax. And then we can look out at Glasgow. In fact, that's a good point. Before we leave Glasgow behind, there's Paisley. Glasgow city's over to behind us. So let's go and turn back. Autopilot off. Let's go and visit Glasgow. We'll stay below cloud level. Low and slow, and we'll do a tour of Glasgow before we carry on to Edinburgh. Misty wind is really nailing the frame rates. So the misty cloud, I should say, not wind. It really doesn't like drawing it. And this is an NVIDIA 3080 card, and it's struggling to draw the wind. Normally you'd be looking at sort of 50 frames a second, or although I've got it capped at 30, but it's way below that. It's probably down to about 15 frames a second, if that. It's to do with these atmospheric conditions that it's drawing. I've seen it happen before with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Certain atmospheric conditions are, yeah, look, it's smoothed out all of a sudden. it has problems with certain kinds of mist, I think. So we're doing a bit of a deviation from the route. We're just going to go and fly over Glasgow, and I'm just hitting the rudder. I think I've got a control issue going on. So there we go, sorted. This is the Thrustmaster Airbus stick, and it hasn't got the best sensor for the rudder on twisting the stick for the rudder. The reason we're getting a beep, as you can see, we're going back away from our target altitude, which was 1500 feet. If we tell that to be 1000 feet, it will shut up and leave us alone. So yeah, you probably see the frame rate drop as this gets misty, and I think it's happening already. Yeah, it's mist that causes it. It doesn't like rendering it. So we're just coming in over the edge of Glasgow. Let's have a look at the map and see where we are. So the centre part of the city is out over the right side of the aeroplane. Should we look at this right side? So this is Glasgow. Okay, let's get this plane sorted and get our route figured out to get over to Edinburgh. So we're going to go back onto heading mode. We're going to climb for 1500 feet on the autopilot back on. We're on selected heading mode, altitude hold. We'll go vertical speed to get us back to 1500 feet, and well, it's doing it itself, it's closing in on 1500, there we go. So we actually want to be going on a track of 83 degrees. We've got the wind behind us now, so we will whistle along. 83 degrees. We're actually doing remarkably well on fuel, so I think we may be able to get all the way down to Newcastle or even further before we have to refuel. So yeah, the frame rate sorted itself back out. As soon as we're not in mist, the rendering speed increases enormously. Whoa, what's that building? Let's have a look on the map. I want little nav map, don't I? Well, we just passed by. The fort, apparently. Glasgow Fort. We passed by, so that is the fort, apparently. So we're whistling across the countryside now in the Kodiak. I tend to actually prefer using the drone camera when you're on a long leg, because you can move the aeroplane out of the way so you can still see the scenery. So you can do that kind of thing. So Alec has said on the chat, he's flown the Glasgow to Edinburgh route many times. Runway 24 gives the best views of the Forth bridges to your right as you come into land. Haha! Yes, there's a fantastic bridge over the Firth of Forth. We go and have a look on the map to point that out before we get there. So we're on our way. So this is the Firth of Forth that comes in the, and you can see there are several bridges now. There's the Forth Bridge, the railway bridge. Whoa, somebody's just come past us. Okay, so somebody is following us on the live stream and is coming to keep us company with the F-18. We heard them before we saw them. Which is pretty normal for the F-18, to be honest. So watching their nav lights climb into the clouds. So come on, own up on the live stream in the comments. Who is it? If we look on little nav map, if they're using transmitter, of course we will see their name. So little nav map. Oh, that's windy. Sorry. Little nav map. Zoom out. Well, they're not broadcasting, otherwise we would see a red aeroplane. Simulator, okay. So they're trying to keep position with us, but they're in the F-18, which is going to struggle to go this slowly. Alistair Murray with the fighter jet. Okay, hello Alistair. Yeah, sorry I missed your earlier message saying you were on your way with your fighter jet. Okay, so if we jump back inside the cockpit of the Kodiak, we're getting a bit low. Or should I say, the ground is coming up to meet us. So I'm going to go for 2,000 feet. At 500 feet a minute. I'm not going very fast either, so I'm going to open the engine up. Increasing the torque. Just passing a wind farm. A lot of farms in between Glasgow and Edinburgh. A lot of wind farms as well. Just escorting you out of Glasgow, you should be safe now. Yeah, Glasgow's got a bit of a reputation for, not for trouble, but for drinking and a more adventurous lifestyle, shall we say. Yeah, I don't know how true it is. I've never actually been to Glasgow. I've been to Edinburgh several times. But yeah, a lot of the stand-up comedians that come out of Glasgow are quite, not damning about it, but yeah, they've got stories. It's historically it's always been an industrial city, so like most other industrial cities, it's quite storied. Okay, looking at the wind, we're going to spin around, come in runway 24 as was mentioned. So to do that we will fly straight towards Edinburgh. We'll have a look at Edinburgh first, then do the touch and go, and then carry on along the coast to Newcastle. We could fly the coast route actually, that might make more sense. So we'll fly around Edinburgh, do the touch and go, and then double back and fly along the coast, because there's some nice pieces of coast like St Abbs, Berwick-on-Tweed, Holy Island or Lindisfarne. It's you may have heard of Lindisfarne. Holy Island is Lindisfarne. There was a band named after it many years ago. I think it's an ex Viking or North European name for the island of Lindisfarne. It's one of those islands where when the tide comes in it is cut off for several hours. So there is a road to it. So yeah, you can see the road, the Holy Island Causeway is marked on the map. So there is a road out to it, but that road submerges when the tide comes in. Okay, so we're just going to fly straight towards Edinburgh, towards the centre. Go and see Edinburgh Castle. This part of the world's pretty magical actually, because you've got Edinburgh here, and then just further across you've got Stirling and Dunfermline. Yeah, Stirling's over here. We're not going to see Stirling today because it's a bit out of our way for the route, but Stirling Castle's fantastic. Dunfermline is as well. And near Stirling Castle you've also got the Wallace Monument. Yeah, it's just here. So if you ever wanted to see kind of what I expect, or what I imagine Saruman's tower in The Lord of the Rings is based upon, it's got to be the Wallace Monument. Although I think possibly Lord of the Rings predates it, I'm not sure. Yeah, the Wallace Monument is quite spectacular. In real life, in the simulator it just looks like a brick tower on a floodplain. But when you when you approach it in real life it looks far more impressive. Okay, so we are nearing Edinburgh. So we have another comment in the live stream. I love how in Europe there are still a lot of VORs and NDBs. I love radio navigation. I would not want to see it disappear. I guess it's a cost problem, isn't it? Yeah, it costs money to operate them. So we can see Edinburgh Airport over here. So we're just going to pass by it briefly on our way towards the city. If we can, I wonder if we're going to actually be able to see anything. We may have to descend really quite low. We're already quite low. It's not the best day for sightseeing, is it? There's low clouds playing havoc with our plans. It's quite level down here though, so let's descend back down to 1500 feet. Maybe we should do this though by hand. It's a bit dangerous to be doing this with the autopilot. Okay, so we're going to slowly descend to have a look around Edinburgh. So there's the airport, just passing it. And the city lies ahead. I think much of the reason that there are so many VORs, certainly in England, is because of the war. So radio navigation really came into its own in the UK, and they needed ways of vectoring the aeroplanes. And then with the Cold War that came after the Second World War, lots and lots of radio navigation kit was installed to make vectoring aircraft easy. Although saying that, the military often don't use the same techniques for navigation that commercial aircraft would use. So if we get low enough to get out of the cloud, then the frame rate improves, which is always useful. So we're heading towards the hill, which is where the castle is. And then we can get to go and be nosy and do a circuit of it, and then we'll go back to the airport, do our touch and go at Edinburgh before carrying on along the coast round to Newcastle. It's worth pointing out, if anyone's thinking, why is he calling it Newcastle, isn't it Newcastle? The local people of the area will look down their nose at you if you call it Newcastle. That's a very much a southerner way of pronouncing the name. It's Newcastle. The stress is on the second part. and it's an A, not an R. Newcastle. I've got family up there. That's why I've been lectured upon this many a time. Okay, so we're going to fly around this hill, and we should find let's zoom across a little bit. We do the tour this way. Let's go and go outside so we can see a greater field of view. Amazing part of the world, isn't it? Over here on this hill you'll be able to see quite nice features. Hopefully, if I descend a little bit further and keep out of this cloud. The cloud's getting lower, isn't it? So you can see there's some custom 3D scenery around the place. There's the old castle. Let's go and circle it. I believe they still fire cannons across the city at a certain time of day. And they have bagpipers on the I forgot what they call it. The open area, shall we say, outside of the barracks. They have bagpipers every day. You can see a flag flying on the mast. So obviously various pieces of the castle date from different times, so you can see the oldest parts marked out by the different masonry. You can see the battlements on the way in. So it's also typical of most medieval castles. There's all kinds of defences on the way in. So anybody fighting through would have to face all kinds of different nastiness. Even once they got past the gatehouse, they've still got an open area where they're being funneled. So the memories of places like Thermopylae and places like that come to mind. Okay, let's go and have a look at what direction we're going. So we want to be going back west towards the airfield, so we're just spinning around one more circuit. So we look out of the window, one more look at the castle before we zoom off towards the airfield to do our touch and go at Edinburgh. The weather is really not playing ball with us today, is it? And once we've done our touch and go, we will follow the coast to Newcastle. So flying back towards Edinburgh Airport. So let's go and have a look on the map just to get some bearings. That's perfect. So we're going to intercept the approach into runway 24. We should see it. We've got pretty good visibility. There's no need to go and program the ILS for it. The cloud's quite wispy, and at low level there's almost no cloud. So let's just jump across the cockpit so we can see past the pillar. Obviously if you've got virtual reality you can lean your head to see past the pillars, so it's not an issue. And there we can see the airfield in the distance. Perfect. And there's the approach for the runway. So we'll start slowing down. The Kodiak is quite slippery, though we are heading into a headwind, so the speed is coming off remarkably quickly. But yeah, the Kodiak's kind of notorious for being slippery through the air. So this is runway 24 at Edinburgh Airport. Another touch and go, then we'll turn right on our exit. Actually, we could turn left and look at the airport as we leave, which might be quite interesting. Completely unorthodox, but flaps down. So we're just going to fly in visually into Edinburgh, then do a circuit of the airfield. It should be good. Time for me to focus. Especially after the last debacle at Glasgow, with the worst approach ever. So we'll actually concentrate this time. The weather looks to be clearing up actually a little bit, certainly in this direction, so behind the wind is quite clear. So the cloud system that was blowing across Scotland is slowly clearing out. Okay, we're on finals. So we'll drop down into the cockpit so we get a good view of the speeds. Someone taking off just in front of us. Oh no, they're actually approaching us. They're going with the wind, which is a bit unconventional. Maybe they haven't got realistic weather switched on. Okay, full throttle. And we're back up. There are aircraft joining us by the look of it. They've been watching the live stream, I imagine. Okay, pull the throttle back a little bit. Flaps are already up. And let's look out at the airfield as we turn back towards the coast to follow the coast. Just turning a bit more sharply so we get to see the airfield before we leave. See what's in the terminals. Let's go and get out of the way of the pillar. There appears to be no terminal building. Bit of a scenery rendering bug there. I've seen that a few times recently where entire buildings have been missing. There's some planes queuing for takeoff. Okay, let's get on our way again. So we centre the heading. It's a familiar story. Heading selection. Altitude 1500. Put in a vertical speed to get there. And we turn the autopilot on and we're on our way. So we're heading back out towards the coast, straight over the top of Leith, on the corner or the edge of Edinburgh, and then we will follow the coast round Aberlady, North Berwick, Dunbar, and so on. So we'll continue a straight line basically across the bay. Let's have a look from the outside view. If we remember, we had this rather nice view configured. Just rotate it around slightly. While we're doing that, we can pull up. Oops, we don't want the weather view, we want the map. So for the benefit of others who are wondering where we are, I'll zoom out slightly. So we're just leaving Edinburgh behind, and we're heading for the coast. There we go, perfect. So let's see if we can move this around a little bit. This is a fairly long leg. We'll have to make some course corrections along the way to follow the coast, but should be fairly straightforward. While we're messing around, let's just check how the aeroplane's doing. So we've got lots of fuel left still. Engine's looking good. RPM is a little bit on the high side, so I'm going to pull it down just a little bit. There we go. I'm going to pull back the torque a tiny bit. So I've just taken the RPM off a little bit. It was just going towards max RPM. .165 knots. It's pretty good cruising speed for a Kodiak. What can we see around the area? Let's move this camera. Map up to the corner so it's out of the way so you can see the ground. So it'll become more important as we come around the edge of the coast. So we're just heading out over Leith. We've already done that. We're on our way to North Berwick. Through the aircraft windows along the way. So the cloud is finally clearing, which is good news. Got good weather ahead for the rest of the journey, hopefully. So Scotland has been a bit of an adventure, but we're heading into north of England now. Which we always kind of knew from early on with the map that Scotland was going to be bad weather, but England was going to be somewhat better. But it remains to be seen, because yeah, looking further south you can see some big old cloud banks out there. Okay, still doing our ridiculously dangerous practice of walking around in the Kodiak while it's in flight. So this village we are just passing is Gulane. And we're about to pass over the Archerfield Links Golf Course and the Renaissance Club Golf Course, which we should be able to see. And there's the Renaissance Club, and then the, what was it called? The Archerfield Links. So 2 golf courses next to each other. Interesting. So I'll leave the map up there in the corner of the display so we have some idea where we are during the flight. It's a shame you can't turn these off, these little markers. Put GPS tracking, I guess that centres us, that's quite useful. So we'll leave that on. Okay, so we're going to need to make a turn here, so let's go and go east. So we can use this to judge our direction along the way. We're now following the coast of Northumberland over to Newcastle. I think this is going to end up being the longest GA flight I've ever attempted. And I'm getting hungry. I think I might have to stop at Newcastle and get something to eat. I wonder what they serve in Newcastle. I wonder what the local favourite foods are. So we've got the SAB VOR station. We've also got a VOR in Newcastle, 114.25. So NTP as well. And so we'll go for that one first. So 108.70. Let's go and tune that in. 108.70. Make that the active. It looks like it's too far away at the moment. 112.50 for SAP, 112.50. And there we go. So we centre the course. We can see now that is 13 miles away. So let's go and continue our sightseeing along the coast of Northumberland. So this town we're just passing is Dunbar, and they appear to have either a housing development or an old castle that's been rendered incorrectly. Oh, it's just out of view. How many quarries or golf courses we're going to see along the coast, or caravan parks. Probably lose count. There's another golf course just coming past on the right. This is a quarry. Looks like it might be. Yeah. Serious one. I wonder what sort of stone they quarry this part of the world. Going to keep an eye on the fuel. Coming down to a quarter of a tank. We've still got plenty there. So the SAB radio station is St Abbs. So this is St Abbs Head. We can see out over here. Approaching. This is St Abbs Head. You hear the wind whistling past. Sun's coming, or going down I guess now. It's the afternoon now, it's 1:30 in the afternoon. So I wonder if we're going to get down to the south before we run out of time. Before it gets dark. We might be in the last few legs in the dark. Based on how long it's taken to get here. Let's wait and see. So you can see we're getting dangerously close to being at the same altitude as the wind farms. So we're going to go and increase our altitude to 5,000. I'm going to straight line it from here to Newcastle because I want to go and quickly make something to eat. So we're going to climb 1,000 feet a minute. We'll go and jump across and see the wind farm we were about to hit. Till I changed course slightly. They've missed a few windmills out, haven't they? Interesting, unless it wasn't at the time they scanned it, maybe. Or the time they did the 3D assets, maybe they're out of touch with each other. Okay, so we're climbing. We need to go and measure distance. So we've got 27 knot crosswind. We are wanting to go to Newcastle. Alnwick here, oh Alnwick as it's spelled, it's Alnwick. There's a castle there that is Hogwarts. It's the castle that Hogwarts is based upon, that featured as the flying lesson location in the first Harry Potter movie. So we're just going to measure the distance from here to Newcastle to put a line on the map. 163 degrees magnetic. So let's go, and I'm getting a problem with the mouse pointer not appearing unless I cycle the screens. 163 degrees, so I'm just dialing this in here. So heading 163, but we need to go beyond that, looking at the crosswind. So we'll go to 173. We'll go 10 degrees across the wind based on the speed and see how we get on with that. We're not going to worry about the VOR here, but we will tune to the Newcastle beacon. 114.25. 114.25. And change the frequency and point towards it. 51 miles to go to Newcastle. So you can see we're not quite holding off the wind, or maybe we're doing it just a bit too much. So we'll go a few degrees back and see how we get on. So we're still climbing up to 5,000 feet. The wind is strong, but the clouds are slowly clearing, so we may have quite a picturesque trip for the rest of the journey. Okay, I'll leave the camera there so we can see the landscape going by below. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go and make myself something to eat, so I'll just leave an update on the live stream. So I'm going to go and Okay, I'm back. I apologise if I'm munching away while I'm flying. That's us. So, where are we? Let's have a look at the map. Heading towards Newcastle, we need to turn a few degrees to the left to combat the wind. Oops. Get the view inside. Let's turn a few degrees to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should do. And see if that gets us a parallel track into Newcastle. We're going to fly around Newcastle and have a look anyway, before we do our touch and go there. Anik is coming past on our left soon. Too tempting, we have to go and see Anik Castle. So if we pass just to the side of Anik, we'll be able to see it from 5,000 feet quite easily. It would appear it isn't modelled. That's a shame. It's going to be over here, isn't it? Oh no, there it is. So unfortunately it's not modelled in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so in the grass down there you can see the castle walls. If it was modelled, that's where, inside that grass area is where Harry Potter had his broom flying lesson. Okay, let's go back on our way to Newcastle. Let's measure distance to Newcastle from here, 177 magnetic. So we're going to spin this back around for 177 degrees. and we are on our way to Newcastle now. We're going to drop back down to 3,000 feet. So it's fairly flat in this part of the world. We go back to 2,500 feet to witness. So back down to 2,500 feet. At a vertical speed of 1,500 feet a minute. And we will come off the level so we don't accelerate. On our way to Newcastle, finally. Another golf course. Okay, we're about 8 miles out from
Newcastle. Time to start earning our keep as a pilot again. Off the autopilot. Looking out ahead of us, we can see the city. Pull the throttle back and start descending. Check the map. There's the apron for the runway. It's just behind the pillar. If I scoot sideways, you can see the airfield quite easily. How are we doing for fuel? Do we go to the next airfield? Yeah, we've got legs. So we're going to carry on past Newcastle before we refuel. There's an airplane just taking off from Newcastle. We can see his nav lights down there. Oh, he's just gone back onto the runway. He's having a bit of trouble taking off by the look of it. He's taking off with the wind. That would be why he's having trouble, I imagine. Just going to test our rudder, make sure it's working. Okay, so this is Newcastle Airport. Quite a little way out of the city. How rude. Throttle. And it up. So we're going to go and investigate. Just have a quick look at Newcastle. Yeah, there's no buildings rendered here either. What's going on? Is this a bug in the sim today? Throttle back. So let's go and investigate Newcastle before we move on. Go and fly over the city. So heading hold mode. Autopilot on. Don't want to go to 2,500 feet though, so let's just drop that to 1,500. Vertical speed can come back down. we should be heading right for the middle. There we go. We're going to head directly over the top of Newcastle. So let's have a look from the outside camera at the city as we go past. And I'm going to carry on eating on the way.
Another golf course. See the bridge over the Tyne down here? It's familiar to the Sydney Harbour Bridge by any chance? The reason for that is it's a prototype. There's several bridges in the UK that are the prototypes of bridges that were built elsewhere in the world. And that's one of them. Okay, so let's have a look at the map, see where we're going next. Going down to Durham. So 164 degrees. If we add some to that, we will regain the direction we were going. So 184 we will go for. Way. 164, 174, 184. And we should cross the map an appropriate angle to get to the destination we wish to. Looks pretty good to me. Although we will be coming in with a massive crosswind. That's a good point actually. Let's have a check at Durham. Show information. For Durham, wind on the ground 240 degrees 7 knots. We've got broken cloud at 2,700 feet. So that's fine. Okay, so it's only 7 knot wind, but we actually want to turn left a bit. So we come in with a bit of room for approach. I'm turning 10 degrees to the left. Okay, we're on our way again. It's actually quite nice to look out the windows, isn't it, in the aircraft? Let's go. See some of the British countryside whistling past, or an industrial estate. In this case, yeah, it's not exactly the most picturesque thing, is it? An industrial estate. I don't think I'll open the door while we're in flight, eh? Might be a bit dangerous. Looks like a motocross track. Ooh, masts. Let's go and check. Altitude of hills ahead of us. They looked remarkably close to our altitude. That's all I was worried about. I know this part of the world's quite flat, but just wanted to make sure. Whoa, there's a quarry and a half. Just out of interest, where are we? Where's that quarry? Breeden Raisby Quarry Aggregates. There we go. So we're about to fly over the top of Fishburn Airfield. So let's have a look from outside. So there's the airstrip. There's some aeroplanes parked up on the ground, probably some hangars. Okay, so let's go and have a look. See how we're doing on the map. Where's our journey brought us so far? So we've come right from the top of Scotland. We're probably getting towards halfway of the entire journey. Heading towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't even take note of what time we took off this morning. Give a cumulative time because it won't match ours. There's an ETA. Yeah, it's not worth bothering with. Okay, so Middlesbrough is coming up on our left. So if we look left, all windmills, just keep an eye out for them. Make sure we're at sufficient altitude to clear them easily. So this is Middlesbrough coming up. Quite spread out, isn't it? It's not probably like a commercial centre like some places have when they grow. Okay, so we're coming up toward Durham Tees Airfield. So I'm going to do the usual trick of GPS tracking on, so that's in the middle. I'm going to take the autopilot off, cut the engine a little, turn left, away from the airfield slightly to give us some room to turn in. Try and get a visual confirmation of where the airfield is. Is this it out here?
Are we still some distance from it, or is it closer than it appears? Is it hidden in the trees down here? From this angle, at least. Oh, here it is. It's a lot closer than we thought. Okay, so we're just going to come into wind, and the speed will bleed off remarkably quickly when we do that. Like father, like son with the windmills. Mind the pylons. My dad flies simulators, and he's become somewhat famous as a... You suddenly hear radio communication from him out of the blue of, I hear pylon! Quite how he manages to hit so many pylons is a mystery to everybody that knows him. Either that or he hits a house en route. I think it's because he flies at treetop level most places. Just coming into Durham Tees. It's interesting, I just tried this with no flaps. The Kodiak really doesn't sink when it's got no flaps at all. There we go. It's so efficient through the air, even though it's got the massive big huge great undercarriage hanging down. Okay. So, centre this up. Autopilot back on. Vertical speed to get to our target altitude. 500 feet a minute. Pull the throttle back a little bit. And we're off to the races again. So, we want to be travelling 192 degrees, but we're across the wind, but it's not too strong now. The wind is lessening off as we get further south. 192 degrees down to Leeds. So let's go and change the heading. 192. Now if we think in terms of the wind crossing us, we probably want to go a little bit more than 192. So we'll go 197, we'll add 5 degrees to it to account for the 7 degree crosswind. And we'll see how we get on with that. Obviously the higher we climb, the wind may come up higher. Yes, it's climbing 12 knots. Generally you find the higher you get, the faster the wind gets. Okay, back in the aircraft. In Little Nav Map we can switch on an altitude plot, but for a journey in the UK it's going to be flat for 90% of it. Yeah, there you go, look, it's just updated. So we can literally fly at 1500 feet until we get to Exeter. The southwest of the UK gets a bit more hilly, but much of the route now is going to be pretty straightforward. So we'll leave that running anyway, it's quite an interesting thing to see, and we'll say we're going to fly at 1500 for most of it, which will recalibrate the display here. And it's saying here, look, we really should be at 5,000 because of some of the earlier parts of the journey. But we're not going to worry too much about that. Can we recalibrate this vertically? Yes, we can. And then we can make this, there we go, that's better. Okay, so this green and pleasant land
as it was famously called. The right time of the year, the UK is very, very green. How are we doing on the plot? We're about to fly over the top of Leeming Air Force Base. You can see it coming in the distance. They probably won't be too happy about me flying over them at 1500 feet, but you know, oh well. It's a simulator. Let's just press B to recalibrate. Yeah, our altitude or our QNH reading is accurate for the local area, which is good. Keeping an eye on the fuel, we're down to a quarter of a tank now, so the next airfield we almost certainly need to go and fill up. We've done really well though. That's 3/4 of a tank got us pretty much half the journey. So let's have a look outside as we come over the top of RAF Leeming and see what's on the ground. Something moving down here. Planes parked up. It's a shame they haven't got the buildings modelled, but that seems to be common, that I've had a lot of buildings missing in airfields. So it remains to be seen if there's a bug going on with airport scenery today. The road networks and everything else look fantastic. All the houses and the hamlets and the towns and the villages. And variation of trees. Different kinds of trees. It's just stunning. So how are we doing on that plot? Yeah, we're almost perfect. So looking at Leeds, Bradford Airport, we're going to be coming in runway 32. So we do probably want to go another 5 degrees to the left. So when we get there, we'll be in the right kind of place. Okay, so while we're flying along, I'm going to go and make another coffee. And I'll see you all in a few minutes. So I'll leave the view for a change pointing forwards out of the aircraft. I'll be back in 5 minutes. somebody has come up to join me. And I don't have labels on, so I don't know who it is. But I could look on the map, I guess, and see if they're running transmitter, and they're not. If they were running transmitter, we could find out who it was. I'm just about to go and make my coffee. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. So where's the plane gone? Behind me now. So TBM3. The 9:30 is it? It's up there 9:30. Looks like it. Okay, where are we on the route? We're just coming up for Leeds. We're about 15 miles out, 10, 12, 15 miles out. Should be interesting. There's some hills that we have to navigate around on the way into the airfield here, but it should be good. Away. I'm just going to rearrange my keyboards and stuff. And but also just to make our approach easier. Another 5 degrees to the left. Okay, just updated virtualflight.online's Discord server telling everybody that I'm flying. I may actually go in. Just check where we are in the sky, or we're getting close to this. This is going to be a race against time to get this done in time. Let's go to Facebook and write the same message there. I'm going to copy and paste it so it shouldn't take very long. Facebook, virtual flight online, public post. and join us in the air. Fly some of the route with us. Space for controllers and keyboards and mice to be able to do this. Okay, so we should see just off of our right now Leeds Bradford airfield. Let's have a look from the outside view, and we should be almost on top of it. Off of our right wing. There it is, up on top of the hill. So, autopilot off, climb. So this weather is going to make the approach interesting, to say the least. And I think I better stop here to get some fuel as well. I'm getting quite low, down to a quarter of a tank. Okay, let's look out. Where's the wrong way? Time to slow down. Turn the map off for the moment so we get good visibility of what we're doing. Flaps down. There's the runway. Okay. An approach into Leeds Bradford Airport. Thankfully, the cloud is clear over the airfield. Otherwise, this could have been quite a different proposition. Having to be careful with torque and yaw on the Kodiak. The wind across this airfield is not helping. This could be a controller malfunction. Yeah, look, that was a jitter on the rudder. I might have to write to Thrustmaster about this. Even with a 10% null zone on the rudder, I'm getting spikes out from 0 to 80, 70, 80% sometimes, unless I hit the rudder a lot to recalibrate it on the driver. They obviously know the hardware is terrible. Whoa, the wind got under the wing then. The flight model of the Kodiak. Oh my word, who's that careening across the ground in the Unkers? That was a very, very unconventional takeoff. So I've just put the message out to Virtual Flight Online, and look what's happening. Aircraft are appearing all around us. So the next leg of the journey takes us over to Blackpool, 265 degrees on the compass. So we're a bit high, so we'll drop back down to 1500 feet. So we want 265. So let's get the autopilot back on. vertical speed. And heading of 265. And put this into heading mode. And there we go. There's somebody diving for the floor down there. Did they go in? No, they didn't crash, did they? Okay, let's have a look at the speed. So we're doing 100 knots. I don't want to go too fast for this leg, because if I've got people flying with me, you want to give them a chance to catch up. I think we might have to climb though. Let's have a look at that plot again on Little Nav Map. Yeah, we're going to get quite close. This is the highest point for until we get down to Cornwall, this ridge by the look of it. I think we should be fine. I think if we were further to the east it would be even more dangerous, but where we are we should just miss the ground. That being said, we're getting alarmingly slow, so I'm going to increase the throttle. Let's have a look around us. Can we see any nav lights? We can see some behind us. Let's get a bit more altitude. This is just too dangerous. 2,000 feet, vertical speed. 1,000 feet a minute. I really didn't want to be collecting any pylons or pieces of trees in the undercarriage. So there we go. It's very low cloud today. So we're averaging 130 knots over the ground, that's not bad at all. If we look at the map, we're heading into a 17 knot headwind. Let's go and tune the VOR in for the beacon at Warton Airfield. Warton is where the TSR-2 was flown, EGNO. I think Concorde test flew at Warton as well. So the VOR here is 113.20. So 113.20 and switch, and then hit the course knob and it will point. Oh, we're too far away yet for it to work. Yeah, we are quite a long way away, probably 45 miles from it. Pilot Clegg is flying with us, so we can now see people using transmitter. He's a couple of miles behind, or about 3/4 of a mile behind us. So if we turn around, this is the whole point of transmitter. There he is, you can see his nav lights. So this is a really good illustration of what transmitter gives you. You can see other people using transmitter in Little Nav Map. Yeah? And I can hear his engine. Here he comes. I think he's probably got the Kodiak. Let's see if we can zoom in and get a look at him. Yep, it's another Kodiak. It's quite a distinctive howl that the engine makes. So we're en route to Blackpool. Looking at the wind, we will be coming in. We'll use the ILS for runway 28, or at least we'll, follow the approach for runway 28. After Blackpool, we turn south and go down to Liverpool. And again, we can have a look. There's a pier at Blackpool. Well, I believe there is still a pier. There's a Blackpool Pier, Central Pier, and a pleasure beach. So we'll have a little explore of Blackpool before we carry on down to Liverpool. Should be fun. Okay, let's have a look outside at the scenery along the way. You get very similar scenery to this everywhere in the UK, to be honest. Big rolling fields, rolling green fields. But we're going out towards the west coast now. So now I'm to try and keep in touch with 3 different streams of the comments on YouTube, comments on the Facebook post about this in the Virtual Flight Online Facebook group, and comments in Discord as well. Okay. Yeah, I need to keep an eye on the hills here because it's we're threading a needle basically. So just about to pass over Colne, Nelson, Barrowford. There's lots and lots of small villages in this part of the world. So if you spin the camera around, if the weather would play ball with us, of course. See lots of small villages. So I'm going to climb another 500 feet, take us up to 2,500. Just gently, 500 feet a minute. And I really, really must refuel when we get to Blackpool. That's quite impressive, isn't it? We've got all the way from Kirkwall off the coast of Scotland through Inverness down to Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Middlesbrough, Leeds, now down to Blackpool. And we've done it all on 3/4 of a tank of fuel. The range on the Kodiak is pretty spectacular. I think if you've got the wing tanks on, which some of the versions of the Kodiak have, you can get about 900 miles out of it. Or maybe I'm thinking of the Twin Otter, I can't remember. Okay. Let's have a look outside and see where Pilot Clegg has got to. There he is. He's flying formation. It's interesting that the simulator takes some shortcuts with animations for rendering, so it doesn't always render the propellers of aircrafts that are nearby accurately. Yeah, so it's not bothering once it gets beyond a certain range to render the propeller animation. It's interesting how it derates what it does depending on distance. Lee Rose, John can't see you in transmitter. I should be on that. Let me go and check transmitter, make sure it's running. I'll disconnect and reconnect it. Have you got the red aeroplane icon connected? And in tools and options, have you got online flying set up for custom for the virtual flight online read.php file? If you've done that, it should be working. If in doubt, the final resort is in virtual flight online. Go to who is online and it pops open the web page, and then you can go and find people there. So you can see there's myself and Pilot Clegg. En route to Blackpool. So to get rid of windy, don't need that anymore at the moment. Okay, let's see where we are in relation to Blackpool. And this horrific weather. This really wasn't the day to go sightseeing, was it? I guess it makes it more interesting though, seeing clouds. So let's drop down 500 feet again and see if it gets us out of the worst of this. So the mission at Blackpool will be to go and buy some fuel for the aeroplane. Otherwise, we might not make it to Liverpool. Because the fuel is getting decidedly low. Mist really does nail the frame rate. I wonder if there's anything they can do to improve that. It would be a shame because it's very good. The misty conditions are very good. So we're back down to 2000. I'm going to drop to 1500 feet now. So again, roll off the height on the altitude, vertical speed. 500 feet a minute. I'm going to press B as well. Yeah, it's still relatively the same QNH that we had previously. Should we tune the comm radio into Blackpool? Let's see. ATIS 127205. So let's tune ATIS. So 127. What did I say it was? 127205. 127205. We'll go the other way. We'll switch it to active and we should get
Blackpool Airport Information Sierra 14000. Wind 281 at 19er. Visibility 6. Sky condition 2,300 feet. Scattered ceiling 5,200 feet broken. Temperature 8. Dew point 10. Altimeter tree 0.59er.
So we could adjust our barometric pressure here. 30.59 they want.
Aircraft, say direction of flight. All aircraft.
So we just switch that off. Okay, we're on the run in towards Blackpool. Echo Golf November Hotel. It's the ICAO code for Blackpool Airport. We're going to pass by Warton Airfield. Which I think Warton is still owned by the Ministry of Defence. I'm not sure. I think it was advantageous to them because they could take off straight out over the water with any aircraft they were testing. interesting flight to do. If you take off from Barrow and Furness, you can fly up north through the Lake District. So kind of a national park in the UK. There's lots of hills and lots of valleys to fly through in general aviation planes. It's great fun. Okay. So I'm going to deviate now 15 degrees to the left, so 250 degrees on the compass, to give ourselves a run in or an approach into Blackpool. Aha, we have Mugs with us as well. So a Canadian is flying along with us as well. So yeah, Virtual Flight Online is very international. We have lots of people from all over the place. So if I look behind, you can see two lots of nav lights have appeared. Fantastic. And we're descending, or we don't need to descend any further, but we're approaching slowly Blackpool. Now I must get some fuel. The airplane's going to start coughing soon. So let's zoom out, or increase the range I should say. You can just see the airfield coming into view. That's Warton that's coming into view, but we're going to go along the side of Warton. Excuse me. And then fly into Blackpool. So just before we get there, let's go and have a look around in the aircraft. The scenery around here is quite barren, isn't it? It's quite flat. So the scenery we're seeing here is the edge of Preston. I've been to Preston with work before. So we're actually flying along the approach to Warton, but we're not going to go there. So yeah, Preston's quite a big place. I seem to recognise this bit. That's sad, isn't it, that I recognise the building layout. And the high street going past all these buildings, yeah. Been here far too often, I'm afraid, with work. Okay, that's the approach for the airfield at Warton, but we're not going there. We're going to turn and go for Blackpool. But we're going to follow the ILS in, I guess. So we have another pilot has joined us. Smudger. That's quite amusing that I still recognise the layout of Preston. Yeah, those buildings over there. Brings back memories. Okay, so where are we in relation to the ILS? We're about to approach it, so we're going to turn right to 275 degrees anytime soon. So I'll start doing it now. So if we do it early, the wind is going to blow us back into that course anyway. So yeah, there's Blackpool out there, look, you can see the runway. And there is Blackpool Tower. It's modelled. Oh wow! Oh, we'll have to go and explore that before we leave. So Blackpool, it was a Victorian holiday-making town on the northwest coast of England. So yeah, before travel allowed people to easily go overseas for their holidays, or to allow the masses to travel overseas, then Blackpool was a very popular holiday resort. So a lot of people in the north of England would visit Blackpool in the summer. don't think I've ever been there. I've been to some of the Victorian holiday resorts on the east coast, but never on the west coast. So SimPilot has just put a message in. Just a suggestion, you should start making tutorial videos as well. Have you actually looked at my YouTube channel? I've got tutorials on the big jets, on the prop planes, on autopilot, on radio navigation. I'm running out of things to do tutorials on, to be honest. I mean, I could do ones on things like the DC-6. I've tried to keep away actually from doing tutorials on payware aircraft because I don't think it's fair, because a lot of people can't afford them. And certainly I only own a couple of them. The Kodiak is one of which. But I try to keep to the base simulator and the stock aircraft in any tutorials I do, for that very reason, that a lot of people won't have them. And I think we all know now there are ways and means of acquiring aircraft from elsewhere without paying for them, which have appeared. But I would rather stay away from that. Keep everything above board. So yeah, I try to do tutorials on only the planes that come with the simulator, or so far at least anyway. And there are 100 YouTube channels out there doing things like, you know, oh, look at this new plane that's come out, isn't it wonderful? And they never really go into any depth because they're trying to get their video out so fast they haven't got any time to learn anything. There are some exceptions to that. There's a guy, is it 310? No, I've forgotten the name. There are some YouTube channels though that are really good, that go into detail, and some of them are ex-pilots. You can tell they're ex-pilots, or current pilots even, just by, you know, their procedural knowledge. Okay, so we're going to come off the power. I'm going to go and get some fuel, and then I'll carry on and go and have a look at Blackpool, and then carry on down to Liverpool. I wonder where the fueled area is at Blackpool to go and get some. Okay, flaps down. It's a big old runway, should only need first level flaps. Could come in quite fast, there's lots of time to roll out. I should do a weekly live flight. It's unusual. I've got the whole day today to do this. This is unusual. Usually I'm running around doing errands, getting shopping, all kinds of things. If I had the time to do this, I would. So rather than try to see where everybody else is, I'm going to focus on my own approach into Blackpool. I'm going quite fast on purpose, which allows anyone coming in behind me to not crash into the back of me. There's the middle marker, is just beeping away. I'm guessing the fueling must be over on the right side, where the main buildings are, where the parking is. And we're down. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Can we stop before that taxiway? Not easily, so we'll carry on. Flaps up. Come to the taxiway. Brakes, 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 brakes. Right. Let's keep looking out now for parking and fueling stations. Presume it's over here somewhere. There's a fuel tanker. Maybe that's it. It's the car park. And some buildings that aren't modelled. Presumably if I park up next to the fuel tanker, he should let me have some fuel, shouldn't he? Please, Mr. Tanker. Oh no, there's a fuel station, I think, up in the corner. I think it is anyway. It's not a car, is it? Or is it a car? Oh, great. No, I think there's a fuel station up in the far corner of the parking. Just try to avoid the white van with the wingtip. Okay, we're just breaking all the laws and shooting across to the fueling station because we are almost out. So let's see. I thought that would have done it then. Maybe it's because we're behind it. So we're going to cheat at this point. We played the game far enough to do this. We want 75% again, please. Or should we go for fill it to the top? This should hopefully get us all the way home. We've got somebody coming in behind us, some friends. So very cool. Back off the wheel brakes. Have I got room to turn? Just about. He obviously can't see those other aircraft in the way. So we got to figure out a way to get back to the runway. So we're going to follow this taxiway. We're going to turn right and follow this around the outside of the airfield to get back to a runway we can take off into the wind from. Scoot around the edge of runway 10. You have to be careful with taxiing the Kodiak because it is liable to tip over if you're going too fast and you turn too steeply. So we're coming back round, trying to avoid the grass. Coming back round to the edge of the runway, and then we can take off into the wind and all will be good once again. Right, on the brakes, remembering we can't turn steeply. Coming round into the wind. Giving it quite a lot of right rudder to counteract the wind. The wind is trying to blow the tail to the right, which would make the nose go left, and we're in the air. Good. Okay, we can let go of the rudder now. So first things first, let's go and explore Blackpool before we carry on down to Liverpool. Got a full tank of fuel. This will probably see us all the way down to the end of the flight at Land's End. We've got a long way to go before we get there though. So let's go and push ourselves up against the glass so we can get a look down out of the cockpit at Blackpool Tower. So we'll circle the tower and then we'll carry on down to Liverpool. So down here, this is Blackpool Leisure Beach. And that's the Blackpool Tower. If I sit down in the cockpit, I've got more chance of seeing it. Okay. Having done our bit of sightseeing, we will centre up the heading marker on the autopilot. We're at 1500 feet, which is perfect. We re-engage the autopilot and it should get us back to 1500 feet and onto our heading. So now we can go and look at the map and find out where we're going. So 167 degrees down to Liverpool. Now we're going to have to play the same game of coming into Liverpool from the east. So we want to go about if we fly 167, the wind could take us across enough actually. So let's fly 167. Although bearing in mind we're starting from the left of this line anyway, and it's not a particularly strong wind. We'll see how we go. But we'll fly past the edge of Liverpool on the way, which will be quite cool. So maybe climb back up to 2,000 feet. So vertical speed, 2,000 feet, 500 feet a minute. Just looking at the engine gauges, I'm going to push on the torque slightly. The RPM is a bit high, so I'm going to pull back the propeller speed ever so slightly. Just take it away from its limits. And we're on our way again. So, saying goodbye to Blackpool. Thank you for the petrol, or aviation fuel I should say. Let's go and check, see if we've got any comments to reply to along the way. Oh my word, we are becoming a merry band, so we now have Pilot Clegg, Smudger and Muggs flying with us. So down to John Lennon Airport at Liverpool. This part of the world's very flat, isn't it? So we're just coming over the top of Southport. So this town we're flying over right now is Southport. So we're flying with live weather. I make no apologies for it. It makes it far more interesting than flying with clear skies or anything like that. Well, a big place, isn't it, Southport? Never been there. It's got a huge railway station. See it here, look at the sidings. The railway, the railway yard, huge. The parking for the railway station. Park. So what's the name of the park? Let's have a look. King George V College on our left. Southport and Ormskirk Hospital NHS Trust. It's flying over. Park. It's not marked on the map easily. Hillside Golf Links. I think the park we saw was down here. Anyway, carry on along our way. So we're seeing Liverpool next on our right, but we may be in the cloud. It's quite a long way out, so we'll wait and see. Wait and see if the clouds clear a little bit closer to Liverpool. Have we got any comments in YouTube? How often do you fly live? From William Kelly. I've been flying live quite a bit recently, but I can't keep up the rate I've been recording live flights because real life is going to get in the way. It inevitably does. I've got a full-time job. I've got a family, a busy family, 3 daughters. So this is rare that I get the whole day to do something like this. But generally, try and fly live now and again. I think actually having a mixture of things on the YouTube channel is the best, because then you get both the instructional videos I've done showing the knowledge I've gained about various airplanes and how they operate in the sim, and things we've learnt about procedures and the real world. But you also get the fun flights like this one where I've got no air traffic control, nothing like that. We're just flying along. I'll have to check what the rules are with VATSIM. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to rebroadcast talking to their radio controllers, because that would make a good video as well, actually, using air traffic control. So this cloud base is low, so we're going to descend 500 feet. Vertical speed. Let's come down at 1,000 feet a minute to try and dip under it. It's worth remembering this altitude is above sea level, not above the ground. Yeah, you have to be mindful of that. So just going to try and dip down. Even though we've got a bit of mist, we can still see through the mist, hopefully. Got another 100 feet to go. So we're just on the edge of the cloud base by the look of it. How are we looking? So over to our right you can see Liverpool out there in the mist. It's a shame it's such a misty day. Liverpool. We have some very strong regional accents in the UK. I'm not going to make fun of them because it's not fair. They could just as well make fun of me for having no really strong accent. But yeah, it's quite unique, I guess. In the UK we have very strong regional accents, somewhere, sometimes with 30 miles from two places, there'll be two very different accents. Okay, so I'm going to turn left 20 degrees. So then we get the approach in. We'll go to 150. And then we can turn in easily. We'll turn right into the approach for runway 27 at John Lennon Airport, Liverpool. We can tune the ILS to give ourselves something to do along the way, 111.75. So we go and change nav 1 to 111.75. Remembering this is an ILS frequency, so it will go to VOR and then localizer. Yeah, so the course knob doesn't do anything anymore. So that is flying to the airport because the arrow is on the same side as the big arrow on the CDI. So that is the orientation of the runway relative to us. We need to turn through about 130 degrees right to see it, 120 degrees for the runway direction, which is correct. Like if you think about it, if we turned 120 degrees, we'd be going the same direction as the runway. But we're not doing it yet. So we should be able to see the runway out there in the mist. I think we can. It's just on the edge of the bay there. You can just see it. When you see the weather change rapidly... Oh, someone's asked a question. Hang on a second. Is the Kodiak 100 a favourite of yours? Yes, it is, yeah. The flight model on the Kodiak's fantastic. It's probably one of the best flight models in the game. I would say it's up there with things like the DC-6. It's certainly a much better flight model than any of the stock aeroplanes. And it's a very reasonably priced aeroplane. I think I got it was £25 when I bought it. Almost everything works in the aeroplane, like most of the breakers work on the circuit breakers, because I used one earlier. I pulled the standby attitude indicator out to improve the frame rate, and because I'm just not using it. Okay, so I'm going to come off the autopilot and look out to the right. There's the airfield, so we're going to cut the engine, start decelerating. We're above the glide slope. You can see that by the little green diamond. So we're going to cut to idle. Speed is coming off. There's the runway. Someone's coming in with the wind, good luck with that, but then they may not have the wind switched on, so you can't always be critical of people for doing that. I haven't got any flaps down, but I'm coming in quite fast. I'm only doing a touch and go, remember. So it may be that we stay fast enough that we don't need to use the flaps. So the wind is coming slightly from the right. You can see that on the indicator for the wind on the PFD. 9 knots of wind. And it's slowly dropping off the closer we get to the ground. So we are coming into the region where we could use the flaps. So I'm dropping the first level of flaps. You can see that kicked the aeroplane back into the air slightly. So react to that. And we're down. Open the engines, steer for the centre line. And we're almost... The tyres almost didn't grip because we hit the throttle, which obviously threw air over the wing, kicked the plane back into the air almost immediately. Okay, so let's centre the heading back up. Set a vertical speed to get back to 1500 feet and engage the autopilot. And away we go. So we'll go 1000 feet a minute on the climb out, pull the throttle back slightly, pull the RPM back slightly. And the next leg, we're going to double back on ourselves to get to Manchester. Now we're looking at the wind here. Yeah, we'll have to go past Manchester, so we'll fly towards Manchester and then double back over to the airport. So we're going to do kind of a right turn to travel east, but we want to go probably about 70-80 degrees. So let's make this happen. So we're going to spin the heading marker for the autopilot round. Oops. I was busy looking at one screen and doing something else at the same time. Most of my failures with simulation come from multitasking. Nearly all of them, in fact. If I focus on what I'm doing, I can fly a plane pretty accurately. But if I don't, all bets are off. Okay, so on the comments. Have you flown the Twin Otter? Yes, I've got the Twin Otter. The only reason I haven't recorded a video is what I was mentioning earlier. I don't like recording videos with the payware aircraft, even though the Kodiak is. The Kodiak was really reasonable priced. But the Twin Otter is out. I will be doing some videos with it. It's very, very noisy, which means you end up having to turn the simulator sound down for the recording. It literally, being in the Twin Otter is like sitting underneath the engine cover of your car next to the engine. It's absolutely deafening. Okay, let's pull the engine back a little bit. We're going a bit high on the revs. There we go. So we're heading directly for the centre of Manchester. So we'll have a look at Manchester and then double back through the airport before we head south down to Birmingham. It's interesting where you get international pronunciation of things. Like an American would be far more likely to say Birmingham, where we almost completely remove the end of it and it's just Birmingham. It's very strange. Or at least it must seem strange to international visitors that struggle to understand us when we pronounce things in our native accents. Okay, so 1500 feet seems to be just about at the cloud, the base of the cloud layer. Hopefully as we travel further south the cloud's going to get further and further away. Okay, let's zoom in on this so we can cut some of the rest of this out, so to simplify the display. There we go. That's better. This is going to be the longest live stream in history. I'm just going to refresh the screen on YouTube to see how long it's been going on for. Oh my word, we're into hour number 4 of the live stream and there's probably another 3 or 4 to go. If the simulator keeps running without crashing for that amount of time, it'll be a miracle. The first time I tried to load it this morning to start the live stream, it crashed on loading. I was just loading into the airfield with the aeroplane before starting the live stream, and I had a crash to desktop instantly. But ever since then, cross fingers, touch wood, it's been good. So I'm going to turn to 75 degrees. So we got Lehman's, Pilot Clegg, Smudger and Muggs behind me now. I ought to slow down a little bit. Oh my word, look at this weather. Okay, we're going to descend quite dangerously down to 1,000 feet. Vertical speed 500 feet a minute. We're just trying to get underneath this cloud, otherwise we're not going to see a thing. It's just getting worse. So yeah, we've got Muggs, Lehmans, they're obviously flying formation, Smudger and Lehmans, and we've got Pilot Clegg. And we're off to go and see Manchester, which is completely hidden in the cloud. So maybe we call it and just go for Manchester Airport. Although it may clear, let's be optimistic about this. Yeah, it's clearing a little bit. I think it's going to be good enough to see some of Manchester. We're just worryingly low, that's all. I mean that there are housing estates whistling past, only a few hundred feet away. Just to give some local interest for anybody watching this that comes from the UK, we're just flying over the top of Risley. We've just come over Warrington by the look of it. Next up will be Urmston, Stretford. We're going to go past City Airport to our left on the edge of Manchester, then Salford. When we get to Manchester city centre, we will turn southeast towards or directly south actually, and then turn in for the approach into Manchester Airport. It's all going well so far. So you can see the buildings of Manchester coming, of the city centre. I can't do a Mancunian accent, and I wouldn't want to try one, because I know a fair number of people from this part of the world, and they would just jump on me and say, "You're so bad at that, just don't even try." You know, quite apart from the whole disrespect thing, I'm just terrible. If you want to hear a Mancunian accent, if you're international, all you need to do is listen to the Gallagher brothers from Oasis. And theirs is a very, very strong accent, but yeah, it gives you some idea. Or some of the members of the Stone Roses, for example, or a lot of those bands came from this part of the world, which is why they have the accent. Okay, so this is the centre of Manchester coming up. We're flying very low to avoid the cloud. Let's have a look behind us. Can we see the nav lights of the other aircraft? Yes, we can. They're dotted around behind us. So we're about to pass the Old Trafford football ground. Or is it the cricket ground? It's the cricket ground, isn't it? We'll see when we get there, won't we? So if we go and jump out across, there we go, there's the football ground. Manchester United's famous football ground. So for anybody that likes football, there you go, there's the football ground. Probably the biggest construction in Manchester. So where's the Man City ground then? So if that's Manchester United, where's Manchester City's ground? See, I know nothing about football. Okay, so we are going to turn south now and go down for the approach into Manchester Airport and carry on our way. So, on the heading knob again, here we go again. Turn right to 180. These misty conditions are absolutely nailing the graphics card. Doesn't like it at all. We look outside, we'll see some of our merry band of pilots turning behind me. Yep, here they come. There's another one over there. The ones that are further behind will be hearing the live stream and seeing what I'm up to, because there's a delay of about 30 seconds on the live stream, so the closer anybody gets to me, the less warning they're going to get about anything I'm doing. Hey, let's have a look at the map. So that's perfect. Look. So we can then fly in on the approach for 23 right at Manchester. Perfect. And you can see the runway. The clouds have been kind to us this time. So, off the autopilot. Cut the engine back a little bit. Overshot slightly on the approach, but no harm done. Need to lose some speed, so I'm going to side slip the aeroplane on purpose into the airflow. Trying to do two things at once again, and look what happened. Get back on the approach. Got a bit of crosswind from the right to the left. Not too bad. Whoa! Of course we are sharing this server with lots of other people. It's a nice landing. That almost looks like an auto land to me. And straighten up on the centre line, and in the air again. Flaps up. And who's that that's just flown over our head? I think it might be Lee Mounts. Okay, yeah, it is. So next heading we're going to go is 161 degrees, 60 miles down to Birmingham. This is a long way, this leg. So let's go for 1,500 feet. Put the autopilot on, center this up. So we want to go 161 degrees, heading. The autopilot's going to have such a shout at me if I keep not preparing things before I switch it on. I'm basically throwing the conditions at it and expecting it to catch up with me. So autopilots are generally based on gyroscopes, which is why they don't react very quickly. It's not like a fly-by-wire system on a fighter jet where it could level the wings up quickly. It can't do that. Okay, so if we fly 161, we will get blown back towards the trek, towards Birmingham. Hopefully, let's go and have another look. We've closed the browser. Let's go and look at windy.com and see what the cloud's doing. So if we close that pop-up. So Birmingham, what's happening with the cloud on that part of the country? Okay, so it's going to be clearing once we get to Birmingham. It's going to be patchy all the way down from Manchester. Yeah, so we're going to get a thick patch to begin with. We get to Stoke-on-Trent and Stafford, it's going to be fairly clear. And then a little bit more, and then... So yeah, we're looking good. Yeah, you can see it's patchy. So let's climb to 2,500 feet. Vertical speed. At least then we get to see some scenery from that altitude. Something keeps connecting to the speaker in the room. I'm not sure what. Okay, let's have a look at the engine. We're over revving it, or over talking it. So I'm just going to pull it back ever so gently until it's within safe. There we go. I'm just watching the gauges for the torque and the RPM of the propeller. There we go. We're looking good. So we're flying across country now between Manchester and Birmingham. And this route is going to take us to Birmingham, then down to Kidlington, which is the name of the airport at Oxford. Don't ask me why it's called Kidlington Airport. There is an area of Oxford called Kidlington, but you would think it would be called Oxford, wouldn't you? And then we're going to fly across to London, have a look around London. London's huge, but we'll do a touch and go at London City Airport before heading south to Biggin Hill, then to Farnborough, over to Southampton, over to Bristol, Exeter, and finally the long leg, 100 miles, down to Land's End. I guess we could break up that leg, couldn't we? But there's no significant airports to visit along the way. I guess we could go to some of the RAF ones. I've tried to avoid the Forces airfields and just use commercial ones. So we've got Patrick has joined us. So we've got Muggs, Patrick, Smudger, Lee and myself at the moment. We're flying through the clouds. Flight Simulator's very good at this, isn't it? It's going to be dark, isn't it? By the time we get to London, the sun will have gone down. So it's going to be night flying. So the trip along the south coast to Land's End. Never anticipated that when I began this. So if anybody wants to post links to this live stream out to the rest of the internet and let them know this bunch of lunatics are flying GA aircraft the length of the UK together. So just borrow the YouTube URL, go post it places and say if anybody wants to come watch this. Absolute madness. So while we're on this route, let's go and have a look out the window of the aeroplane. Pretend we're sat in the plane eating our overpriced sandwich and having a cup of reheated coffee. Although I guess on a Kodiak, you're not really going to have a hostess, are you? Because there's no room. There's no kitchen at the back for them to warm any rubbish up for you. Well, I shouldn't be so disparaging. There have been times when I've been on a long flight when I've been glad of the food. And I appreciate the challenges they face trying to make several hundred meals from a kitchen the size of your bathroom. Or half the size of your bathroom, I should say. So everybody loves to complain about airline food, but they wouldn't like to pay the cost of having a galley the size of their kitchen on an aeroplane. And imagine trying to make 300 meals in your kitchen twice in 2 or 3 hours. Whoa, look at the sun. Scoot across the cabin so we can watch the sun through the clouds. How are we doing? Clear skies. Amazing. So just passing a town down here, we can actually see where we're going now. Just past Stoke-on-Trent, we're about to pass Blythe Bridge and Blythe Bridge High School apparently. So this is Blythe Bridge. What's this to our right? Would be Rough Close. Yeah, so I was right, look, we're being slowly blown back towards the track into Birmingham. We'll have to overfly Birmingham and come in the opposite end for the wind, so runway 33 at Birmingham. Which is fine, so we carry on a straight line straight over the edge of Birmingham and then loop in left onto the approach. All looking good. So yes, as predicted by windy.com, the further we get south, we're in this clearish patch at the moment, and then there'll be some more cloud and there'll be another clear patch around Birmingham, but we'll start to get some proper clear skies once we get down over the south of England, which won't be for a while yet. But yeah, so you can see the cloud in the distance that we will be facing. Okay, let's go sit back down over here. Jeff Smith has commented in the chat, my longest flight before crash to desktop is 4 hours 33 minutes. I've just been brought a cup of tea by my better half. Lovely hostess. Yeah, I have to keep nipping away to go aboard the kettle. My other half was begrudgingly watching The Masked Singer in the lounge with one of our teenage daughters, who has become obsessed with it. Don't you have this show in the US, The Masked Singer? It's absolute lunacy. They're watching it. They haven't watched it in previous years. They've only caught on to it this year. And I think there's been like 4 series of it now, so they're binge watching them one after another, streaming them off the internet. Okay, let's have a look at the outside view. Shall we leave it on the outside view for a few minutes while I go and nip off and make a hot drink? Where's this we're flying over, just out of interest? This is Hixon, apparently. Stafford is to our right. So that's Stafford over there. Looking out for nav lights. Have we left some of the other pilots behind? Oh, we have. I ought to slow down a bit. So let's get back in the aircraft, and I'm going to cut the throttle a little bit. I'm absolutely zooming along at 160 knots. So I'm going to come off the throttle. So slowly dipping, probably to about 150 knots by the time I've slowed down. And we're coming over somewhere quite built up here. Where is this? Rugeley. Apparently so. This is Rugeley we're just passing by. Or Rugeley. I think it's Rugeley. Never been there. I'm going to be saying that a lot. Okay, we're getting closer to Birmingham. So after Birmingham we've got 40 miles down to Kidlington to Oxford, then 55 miles over to London City. So Wolverhampton's over to the east, or to the west of us, to the right, as we are looking from the cockpit. It's about 2,500 feet. It's probably a good height to see scenery, isn't it? Because you get to see a little bit of distance. You get a very good view out over the fields, especially with the sun low in the sky. Okay, so how long have we got till we get to Birmingham? I've got a few minutes. Right, I'm going to nip off and make a quick cup of tea, and I'll be back shortly. I'll get the camera pointing forwards at least. Out over the nose. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. So, let's go and have a look at the map and see where we are. Just coming past Birmingham, so that's Birmingham city centre out there in the mist. So if we scoot our way down the aeroplane, go and look out the far end. There we go. Birmingham. Pilot seat. So if we look down to the left, there is Birmingham Airport. We are going to double back in a moment. So we'll start descending now to 1500 feet. Vertical speed 1000 feet a minute. Come off the throttle. Come off the autopilot, in fact. Let's start our approach. So we're just going to fly the reciprocal of the runway direction. Descending the whole time. And now going for idle on the engine. And have a look outside. You can see the runway. Turning, flaps down, keeping an eye on airspeed. It's got about 18 knot headwind. That's quite strong, isn't it? In fact, I'm raising the flaps to actually make us descend. That's getting a bit mad. The wind is so strong. We're struggling to descend. Could almost come down vertically. Because again, this is only a touch and go, remember. Full throttle. Maintain the same attitude or the same back pressure, and the plane leapt off the runway with the increased thrust from the engine. So flaps back up. centre the heading marker on the... Oi! What is going on with that rudder again? This joystick has got some serious problems. I'm going to have a look online, and I've seen two Airbus sticks from Thrustmaster behave in exactly the same way. The potentiometer for the rudder is awful on them. Okay, we're back up to 1,500 feet. So we'll raise that to... what am I doing? 2,500 feet for the... .500 feet for the altitude, and then we're going to turn left and continue 157 degrees. We'll roll this all the way around, or hold the left mouse button down with it on the left until we get to 157 on the heading marker for the autopilot. And there's the sun, getting low in the sky. So let's have a look, see how long we've been flying for now. If I refresh the live stream, it's saying 4 hours ago still. I'm guessing it just shows each hour after you go past a couple of hours. This is going to be the biggest marathon video of my entire career. So I'm probably never going to do one this long ever again. It's just because it's slightly mad. Okay, so we're looking out over the edge of Birmingham towards the airport again. It's just below us. If you get to the outside view, you'll be able to see it. Huge retail park here, so there's the airport over there. See some of the traffic coming through. Down to Oxford. Oxford has photogrammetry. So you will see the university buildings in Oxford, accurately modelled. Let's pull up the map so we can see along the way whereabouts we are. Shall we program some of the places into the navigation computer so we can see where we're going next? So if we pull up flight plan and get the focus in here. So the first waypoint is EGTK. So E. At least then we'll have something to follow on the map. G. Actually, where are we flying from? EGBB. EG. This gives us something to do on the way, doesn't it? B. B. Birmingham. Enter. Next one is E. G. TK. Can't be many beginning with EGT, can there? But maybe there are. enter. Next leg will be to EGLC. So EGL interesting. Is it not on here? Go all the way round. J, K, L. Interesting. So there's a bug in that. C, London City, enter. After London City is Biggin Hill, EGKB. So oops, wrong button. EG, what did I say it was for Biggin Hill? EGKB. EGKB, enter. Followed by EGLF. EG, yeah, there's a few bugs in this, isn't there? L. Farnborough, enter. Followed by Southampton, EGHI. EGHI. See, that should have brought up Southampton underneath, but it didn't. And it's not going to allow it now. EGHI. Let's go around the houses. Oops, it's done it now, look. It just took ages. Then Bristol, EGGD. EGG. D for Bristol, enter. Exeter, EGTE. EG. T. E for Exeter. Then finally, Land's End, EGHC. EGH. C. St Just Land's End, enter. Okay, so there's our route plan done. If we then hide the flight plan, we should find it's now drawn on the map for us. So if we increase the range, we can see that. Yeah, excellent. So now we've got an obvious frame of reference on the map. So we've got Ting Tong John has commented on the YouTube channel saying, I'm in Oxford. Yeah, I'm from near Oxford originally. I grew up in a small town called Carterton, about 10 miles from Oxford. I used to go to visit Oxford most weekends for something to do, because Carterton was such a small town, there wasn't much going on. And then when I was in my early 20s, I moved to Witney, which is even closer to Oxford. Yeah, so I knew quite a few people in Oxford. We used to go to Oxford for nights out. Back in the day, there were places like, oh crikey, the old fire station. About 10 years after I left Oxford, most of the town centre was knocked down and rebuilt, so the whole Gloucester Green area got redeveloped. But yeah, a long time ago. Okay, I'm just going to delete the post that's by the idiot spammer, or the robot I should say, that has gone and posted some rubbish. How are we doing on the other conversations? Looking good. Okay, so we have the G1000 now programmed in with the point-to-point route around the rest of the journey, which is great. That means we can actually play games now and cheat. And we can just go and press the nav button on the autopilot. Watch what happens to this then. So we've got the autopilot, master control panel, press nav, and nothing happens because it's still on heading mode. Oh, autopilot is on. Interesting. Why is that not working? I guess it's already following this line, so it's going to take no notice. Ah, we have to change the CDI. I'm being an idiot. It's still in VOR mode. The CDI mode must reflect the mode you want the autopilot to follow, so you have to change it over. Yeah, so it's saying now we are 2 miles away from the track, but the autopilot's turning gently towards the track for us. It's not going to do it in a big hurry. Very cool. So we can almost be lazy now and let the autopilot do the hard work of following the track when we have taken off and are flying a leg. Obviously we're still going to fly manually when we get near the airfields. And when we get to Oxford, I'm working in Carterton. I'm a bricklayer. My dad's family business when I was young was Burford Quarry, Beckstone, on the edge of Carterton. Sorry, in between Carden, other side of Bryce Norton. So yeah, I know all about bricklaying. Interesting. So I guess back then, I mean, I left Carterton, must be getting on for 25 years ago now. Probably longer than that, more than that, 27 years ago. I'm just trying to think back. There was the Timms merchants in Bryce Norton that did all the builders merchants. I mean, there was Carterton Builders, which was on the pavement where the newspaper shop is in the centre of town. I don't think that's even there anymore. That went broke many years ago. Yeah, I've looked in on Carterton on Google Street View from time to time. I live in a small village on the flight path to... that amuses me that they've called Oxford Airport London Oxford now. I saw that branding or rebranding a while ago. We are using Beckstone. So yeah, you realise my name. Look at my name on the YouTube channel. That's where the name of the stone comes from. So the company, the quarry has been sold on a couple of times since the family business sold up, because it was some brothers and a sister that ran the company right from the 60s up until about 2000, I think. And yeah, so the stone was named after the family. Kilkenny Lane, yeah. I remember Kilkenny Lane. There used to be a football club on Kilkenny Lane. Oh my word. It's a small world, isn't it? Yeah, because Kilkenny Lane goes out to the A40, is it? Or the Witney bypass. And it was on the edge of that road, wasn't it? Yeah, through all my summers when I was in college, I used to work at the quarry. Kilkenny. That reminds me of South Park now. So we're just coming up to Oxford, which is near where I'm originally from, and my plane is doing a very strange flight path. So I think I've probably done something wrong with the GPS. So I'm going to turn off. Oh, it's not on nav mode. That'll be why. Well, let's just turn the autopilot off for the moment anyway. My plane seemed to have ideas of landing somewhere else. So I'm just looking at the wind. So we're going to need to fly straight past Oxford and come in on a pattern. We can see it out there in the distance. I'm going to fly around the airfield and come back in the other side. We'll have to leave you after Kidlington. Enjoyed the journey. Perhaps join you again sometime. Thanks, Jeff. Originally from Reading, now living the dream in Yorkshire Dales. Oh, so jealous. I know a few people that have either retired or moved up to Yorkshire. It's a wonderful part of the world. Some of my family are originally from Yorkshire, so my dad's side, my granddad was from Nottingley. So Carterton Football Club is still there. Oh my word. That takes me back hearing these names. Oh, I'm starting to suffer from talking all day. So yeah, we went up through Yorkshire on the way up to Scotland a few years back and stopped off to see if we can find like the houses where my dad grew up, for example. I'm going too fast, you can hear the elevators flapping. So I've just cut the throttle and we're going to glide in around the edge of Oxford Airport and do a Spitfire approach. So we're doing right circuit. I'm aware some of my friends are out here as well, so they may well come in alongside me with different aircraft for all I know. So this is Oxford Airport, we're just circling. Just losing speed and then we can drop the flaps. So giving myself some room to turn in. Very, very unconventional approach. Apologies. To fight the the crosswind. Oh, I've got a real tickly throat now. Try and keep out of everyone's way. God, that glitch on the joystick is horrendous. You can see it kicking in about 30% rudder every now and again. I'm either going to have to buy rudder pedals or take the joystick to pieces and squirt some switch cleaner into it. So this is a brand new Airbus Thrustmaster joystick and you can see it glitching. It's horrendous. Unless you give it full throws and the driver seems to recalibrate it, or it cleans the switch. So I think it may just be I take it to bits and squirt some switch cleaner into the potentiometer. Okay, so we're climbing out of Oxford. And it's going to be, we can cheat now, can't we? We can go for nav mode. We can go autopilot, 2,500 feet, vertical speed, and we're in nav mode, so it's just going to turn and find the track for the next leg. Oh dear, this is what you get for talking all day. I think they rebranded it because they want to extend the runway. Oh, this will be the Oxford Airport or Kidlington Airport as it's marked in the simulator. So I'm just going to pull the engine back now to Ting Tong John, I've just gone over the top of you. Sorry about that. So we have company on the map. Who is that with me? It's Patrick. So I'm in nav mode, so I will be turning left in a moment to rejoin the flight path into London City. So over to the right of us you will see Oxford. Can't really see a lot of it at the moment. It's Headington Hill over there. Doesn't look like much of a hill, does it? From an aeroplane, but when you're on the ground on a bicycle or something, it's a nightmare. See you soon, Jeff. And another spammer going on. So we're making the left turn now to rejoin the track towards London City. And we're about to pass over Oakley Microlight, which must be new. I don't remember that being there before. A lot of the airfields in this part of the world are from the Second World War. So the closer you go into the southeast of England, used to be an awful lot of small airfields. So you can see them dotted around, and that was Fighter Command basically, and Bomber Command. There were airfields everywhere. You can see them all, look. So these were to defend the south coast. They're quite distinctive when you see a Second World War airfield, like Goodwood for example. They've always got this cluster of grass runways, so they can take off in any direction in a hurry. Okay, so it's clear skies for the first time all day. Wow! Look at that. The best weather we've had. So I'll move that out of the way. Actually, we'll switch the map off for the moment and just enjoy the scenery for a while. First time we've had clear skies the entire journey. It's not going to stay this way. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the map and find out how we're going to, or how long we're going to be to get into London. So we're about 45 miles out, yeah, something like that. Kind of the scenic route. Until we get to Watford, we won't see much built up at all. And then we'll be flying right over the centre of London to get to London City. Yeah, you can see there's odd towns along the way. So this one is Tame that we're about to fly over. Let's get this going. Should we go inside the aircraft and have a look through the window? It usually looks quite nice in the Kodiak looking out the window. Watch England whistling past. It's a bit quieter as well at the back of the plane. You haven't got the constant howl of the engine. Western on the Green is one of them, and still in use today. The RAF fly from Brize to Western parachute training. Yep. Yeah, there's lots and lots of airfields in the UK that the MOD still operate. Obviously some of them have had enormous runways built, like Brize Norton. And Brize Norton's a bit of a wolf in sheep's clothing. It has lots of stuff built beneath the ground as well for air traffic control. So I think it's one of the main bases that can control all of the European air traffic. So when like the National Air Traffic Service, if they have any hardware failures, Bryce Norton can take over and can basically run civil aviation air traffic as well. And I think they have done once or twice. But I know, when they have like the Royal International Air Tattoo at Fairford over in Gloucestershire, the air traffic control for that I think is done from Bryce Norton as well. I went to Fairford with one of my daughters a couple of years ago. I think it was 2 years before the pandemic, and it was a boiling hot day, clear skies, so the air displays at the Air Tattoo were absolutely brilliant. They were the full 3D air displays. Of course, the problem was we all got sunburnt to pieces, but got to see some amazing aerobatics and fighter jets, and yeah, it was great. So we're en route to London City. It's about 40 miles away now. And we're just watching the late afternoon sun in the UK. I'm waiting for the weather to come back at us. So if we have a look at windy.com, yeah, we're in this blissful kind of... This might not be up to date as of right now, but it's not thick cloud look, it's just haze across the south, so we should be okay actually then, until we get right down to Land's End, but that may have changed by the time we get there. It may have thinned out, it may have thickened up. We'll wait and see. So the wind is going southeast across the country. It's not particularly fast wind, so we shouldn't have any problems from this point forwards. Yeah, so yeah, Upper Heyford was bigger underneath. Yeah, Upper Heyford was a huge American base, wasn't it? I had a lot of friends at school when I was young who were USAF kids, and at the time Bryce Norton was half and half with RAF and US Air Force. But yeah, most of them over time all went to Heyford. Yeah, it was really interesting actually when I was a kid, and we had that mix of children in the town from both Britain and America, and you had other kids that had obviously been over to Germany, because in the post-war years there was a large NATO presence in Germany. It was helping rebuild. So we had a lot of families came back that had lived in Germany for a long time, or that were being stationed out in Germany and coming back, even as late as the 1980s. It was still happening a lot. So yeah. Watching the villages go by. So at the moment, let's have a look at the map. We're just passing Chesham and Amersham, not far from where I live now. In fact, looking at the map, we could be crafty. No, we'd have to go quite a long way south to get to where I live, so I'm not going to do it. We'd have to go directly south from here. We'll carry straight on into London City. Going to pass the centre of the City of London on the way, which will give us actually some amazing views, because the sun will be going down behind the centre of London. So this is going to be quite spectacular. And look behind us, we should see the nav lights of Patrick's aeroplanes somewhere. Where is he? There he is. So Patrick is one of the administrators of MyAir, who do the ATC controlled flights for Flight Simulator, P3D and FSX and X-Plane. So as I said earlier, they meet twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursday nights, and do planned routes. So yeah, search for MyAir Virtual. They're a great bunch. Oh, I can see Wembley Stadium in the distance. Can you see it? So we're getting closer to London. And jump across into the seat. Okay, let's have a look at the map. So we're flying along the line towards London City Airport. You can see south of us directly at the moment is Heathrow. So if we look out, we can see it out there in the distance. Heathrow is huge. It's like a city within the city. Sun's going down. We're going to see London at sunset. So we're going to have to start turning lights on the aeroplane internally soon. Been getting away with it so far. We have to start turning landing lights on to perform the landings, and the taxi lights. Let's go and turn the cabin lights to on, so we do have some light internally when the light from outside finally vanishes. So you're going to see a little bit of stuttering as the computer is starting to load scenery for London, because it's getting the engine ready to do the photogrammetry, I guess. But internet speed is not going to be a problem. It's just going to be the engine. So which server are you on? Of course you can come and join. We are on the West Europe server. I think it says it in the notes of the flight, of the live stream. We're on the West Europe server, so if you wanted to go and spawn in at London City, you may get there before we do. So we're about 20 miles out now. Just starting to come over the edge of London. And this is where you start to get some idea of the scale of London. It's literally 40 miles across, including the suburbs. So yeah, this is kind of the edge of London where it starts, and it goes just as far past that out the other side. It's enormous. Absolutely gigantic city. If you think London Heathrow is big, try Bangkok Airport. I'll have to go and have a look. So why is this changing course? Oh, it's just making a correction. Okay, so shall we fly by hand? Now we're getting close to London. Let's come off the throttle a little bit and descend. And we're going to go sightseeing for a little bit before we go into London City. So let's go right gently. So if we're going to cause a crash, it's going to be now, isn't it? Because we're going to start loading up the graphics on the graphics card. And if there are any bugs with garbage collection on the graphics card RAM, this is where it's going to happen.
And I'm stunned, to be honest, that we haven't had a crash to desktop yet. We're getting some fairly major glitching. I'm stunned, to be honest, because this simulator has now been running for best part of 5 hours, non-stop. So if I do get a crash to desktop over London, it's glitching. If we do get a crash to desktop over London, we'll just go and respawn at London City and fly the rest of it from there. To be honest, I will be amazed if it doesn't crash. So we're flying directly towards the Shard at the moment. There's the post office tower. So we could go and past the post office tower along the way, actually. Something of interest, isn't it? There's the Millennium Wheel. Yeah, let's go and follow the river. And then we'll cut back across to London City Airport. So we'll go down to the Millennium Wheel, past the post office tower, follow the river, down to Tower Bridge, then over to London City. Yeah, it's glitching really badly. Entirely sure why. Ooh, huge pause. So there's the... Oh, look at the graphics! It's dying on its backside. Normally I get a good solid 30 frames a second. This is the legacy of running the sim for 5 hours. It's having a nightmare. So there's St Paul's Cathedral just lighting up over there. Oh my word! I think the sim's going to crash any moment. I think I may end up restarting when we get to London City. I mean, yeah, this frame rate is shocking. Usually I get 30 frames smooth. Oh my word. You can see the runway of London City directly in front of us. This is Docklands. Sorry, that's Docklands where the airfield is, sorry. This is yeah, this whole area all used to be industrial many years ago, so in the 70s. So you can see behind the buildings of Docklands down there. This is Canary Wharf. You can see the O2 Arena, otherwise known as the Millennium Dome. I think it was only built to last something like 20 years, and it's already been there for over 20 years. So what's the wind doing? 11 knot crosswind. We can probably do the touch and go in this direction. It's smoothing back out though, look. So it hasn't liked loading the city in after having spent all day in the country. Look, it's gone smooth again. That's really odd, isn't it? What about if we turn around and face the other way? Is it still stuttering? Not as badly. I wonder what was causing it. Okay. We're going far too fast, by the way. So this is going to be a no flaps touch and go at London City, probably at the far end, because we need to get rid of some of this speed. We can't touch the ground at 150 knots in a Kodiak. It's going to crash. Oh! Nearly. Yeah. The sim's going to give out at any moment. It's not liking it, is it? Look at that.
stuttering like crazy. Does that still count as a touch and go if it's wildly out of control? And the sim is stuttering at the same time? Okay, we're climbing out. I think we just stay away from London for the rest of the journey. Or stay away from photogrammetry areas, because obviously the engine of the sim is starting to die. It's nice and smooth now, look. No, it hasn't got to draw the centre of London. Flaps that up, cut the engine back. And autopilot back on. We'll just go for 1500 feet though. Whoa, what is happening? Vertical speed, down, vertical speed. Tell the plane to behave itself basically. There we go. So we get to watch the sunset. And we get to wind the throttle back a bit. We're in no hurry to get there. That was quite amazing that London caused it so many problems. It's nice and smooth now, look, figure that out. How strange. Okay, so we're en route to Biggin Hill. And the lights are slowly switching on. It's going to be interesting to me now if we can make this all the way down to Land's End without the simulator completely dying. I mean, it's starting to stutter a little bit, but it's not too bad at the moment. How are we doing on the plan? So wind is from the west. We're going to have to go for runway 03 at Biggin Hill, I think. So landing lights, we're going to have to switch them on. Landing lights on, taxi lights on as well. So there's the runway, we're going to turn right. So we're going to come off the autopilot. I'm just going to give the rudder a stir to stop that joystick glitch from causing us any issues along the way. Starting to get dark. He's taking off the wrong way for the wind conditions. What's going on? Maybe he gets a move on so I can turn in and land without having to go head on with him. So is he going to start rolling or is he going to sit on the apron all day? There's no traffic ahead of him, there's no lights in the sky. This is getting very stuttery, isn't it? The sim is really struggling. Oh my word, look at that stutter. It's okay now though, which is the main thing. Not very orthodox, but there we go. And get on to the next leg of the journey. So let's change the altitude. 2,000 feet. Well, 2,500 you get a good view from, don't you? So we'll do that. Vertical speed, 500 feet a minute. Autopilot on nav mode. So it will just crab left a little bit to rejoin the flight plan. And we're off on the next part of the journey. So wind the throttle back. Now we're back to cruise speed and cruise altitude. There we go. And there's Patrick right behind us. So I will pull the throttle back a little bit, otherwise he's got no means of catching us if we're going absolutely full speed. So that's saying goodbye to London, and the glitchiness has vanished. It's absolutely smooth again. So figure that one out. Okay, so we need to go and turn off the landing lights and the taxi lights, and they come back on again when we get to the next airfield, which will be EGLF, which is Farnborough. I think this is going to rate as the longest flight I have ever done in Flight Simulator by quite some distance. I did do a transatlantic flight, but I wasn't present for the whole thing. This is different. It's been a long day and it's getting dark now. At least we've got clear skies, so we'll be able to see stars. So you can see the first few stars coming out already. So if we scoot forwards in the glass and look up, you can see stars already. Should we go and have a look out sideways at London as we leave it on the way to Farnborough? So the Kodiak has this bug where it won't hold a track accurately. So it will skip from left to right along a track. You can see it doing it. If we go and zoom in down here, you can see, look, it will do this all the way along the track. It's very odd, but it's a bug in the Kodiak. I'm sure they'll fix it at some point. So if you notice the Kodiak doing it, it's not just you, it's everybody with the Kodiak. So there's London we're saying goodbye to. I've got half a cold coffee here. The sun's already gone down now. Yeah, just got an orange sky out there. Shall we pull up the map so we get some idea of when we're approaching Farnborough? Glitching more and more as time goes on. I'm amazed that the sim has lasted this long. If I just go and check on YouTube, we are entering, we're in the 5th hour, so we're probably heading towards 6 hours online now. I've never attempted anything like this before, so this is new territory. And I would love to see even the likes of X-Plane handle loading this amount of scenery for this long without crashing on its backside. This really has been quite interesting, and we've had lots of multiplayer aircraft during that time as well that have come to join us and flown along with us. Obviously, for the last couple of hours at least, Transmitter has been busy pumping out its data. Yeah, it's amazing really. It's the long home leg now down towards Land's End. The last quarter of the journey basically. So I reckon we're going to get to Land's End at about, I don't know, it's coming up for 5 PM now in the UK, so I think it's going to be about 8 o'clock tonight. Let's see, as the crow flies, we've got measure distance. Measure distance from Morecambe. As the crow flies, it's 200 miles, so it's probably 250, but factoring in the rest of it. So a couple of hours, maybe we'll get there by 7 o'clock this evening to Land's End. Okay, so we're looking out now for Farnborough Airfield in the distance. So I'll turn this map off. We have the map inside the aircraft. These got a brightness control, these screens. I've never noticed it. It would be really useful. I'm not sure they do. There's volume controls everywhere. I've never noticed a brightness control. Someone will probably tell me it's hidden away in the menus. PFDs wouldn't be in there, would it? No, because that's to do with symbology. We're getting cold. It's worth pointing that out. we're only just above freezing at the moment. So, but there is no cloud around. So the chances of icing are remote at the moment. Because just being cold won't cause icing. You need moisture in the air, and obviously flying through a cloud while it's cold is the primary way of turning your aeroplane into a snowball. I think we can see Farnborough up ahead. Yeah, you can see the dotted line of lights. Just go and check the map. Yeah, that's going to be it. So 16 knot crosswind, so we may as well do a direct approach into runway 24 at Farnborough. So I'm coming off the autopilot and flying across the runway direction to give myself an approach. Obviously it won't be 16 knots on the ground, we can check that en route, but I'm just going to wing it this time. I'm going to take it on faith that it's not going to be that windy. Because obviously we're still at 2,500 feet. As we get lower, the wind will dissipate. I think when we looked earlier, it was kind of like 10 knots most runways, or less. Okay, so the speed is slowly bleeding off. We should be able to drop the flaps soon. There's no point dropping the flaps until we're on the final approach into Farnborough. We're still a few miles away. So this tells you the next waypoint when you're in GPS mode. So 3 and a bit miles to go. You get an estimated time on the opposite screen. So under 2 minutes until touchdown. So let's go and turn on the landing lights again. And the taxi lights. Quick look at those outside. Very bright lights. So off the throttle. Trying to slow down enough to get the flaps out. And we've just done it. So we're only going to use one stage of flaps because we're coming in quite fast. We're just doing a touch and go, remember, we're not doing a full stop. I can hear Patrick's aeroplane. Should we go and have a look? Yep, there he is, right behind us. Full throttle. And we're back in the air again. And hit the autopilot. And it starts steering for the nav. Because it's in nav mode. We're going to give it a vertical speed though. Otherwise it will try and destroy itself. Trying to get to the altitude. Okay. Flaps up. And there we go. Coming up to 2,500 feet again. And now we are en route to the next airfield, which is Southampton International Airport. Which is a bit crazy because there's no way an international airport would let a Kodiak land. But then we did it further up the country at Liverpool and lots of others. So we're not really following correct procedures. Today we're just having some fun flying along. How are we doing on fuel? 3/4 of a tank. We're going to have lots left over when we finally get to Land's End, I think. Okay, so I need to go and turn those lights off. You can see Patrick's lights are illuminating our cabin. So if we go and look behind ourselves, there he is with his landing lights on. I'm going to turn mine completely off. There we go. So I've just got my position lights on, navigation lights and strobes. Strobe on? I think it is. Taxi nav strobe beacon. Yeah, they're on. Okay. Okay, so let's get the yoke switch back on. Oh, there he is down there. So we're just passing by. Let's have a look. Alton. So where Jane Austen's house is apparently. Who knew? Oh, and the famous hillside car boot sale. Lasham Airfield is over to our right, so if we look right at the moment, there you are, Lasham Airfield is out there in the darkness. London is but a lump of light pollution in the distance now, along with the city over there. What's that over there? There's Basingstoke is lighting up the ground over there. This is going to be Southampton out ahead of us. So Southampton is your main calling off point before you go south to get to the Isle of Wight. Or you can get aircraft flights from Southampton out to the Channel Islands. So Guernsey and Jersey. Bizarrely, Guernsey and Jersey are British, but they are closer to France than England. How strange is that? There's all sorts of historical reasons for that. I'm not going to get into it. Partly because I don't know the story properly. Or the history, I should say. I'm getting really fed up of deleting robots from the live chat. But I will never tire of doing so. They will never be allowed to post and keep their content. Okay, it's getting mighty dark out there, isn't it? I have to say I'm impressed with Flight Simulator today. Apart from that crash to desktop before I started, it's done very well. It had some major issues around London for some reason, but since then it's absolutely knocked it out of the park. It's been very good. We had some bits and pieces of scenery missing on airfields, which I'm sure if you revisited them after a reboot they would be full of buildings. There you go. So looking at the wind, we're going to fly around Southampton and come in runway 02. So I'm going to start turning left for 200 degrees. So let's go back inside the cockpit. Heading 200. Whoa. I need to move the heading bug even to 200 degrees, which I've just done. And then we go engage heading mode and the aircraft will turn left to 200 and then we'll fly a right pattern into Southampton International 02, then depart and turn left. So it's going to be the biggest pattern in the universe ever, but it will give us time to look over our right shoulder and to see the route in, which is good. You can see there's Patrick's plane over there. Line abreast formation. Okay, so we're going to turn our lights back on. So landing lights on, taxi lights on, put the yoke back. I'm going to descend to 1,000 feet. Or 1,500 at least, vertical speed. We'll do this fairly quickly, so 1,500 feet a minute. And we will reduce the engine so we don't accelerate. We're going to fly right over the top of Southampton to go on the entrance into the airfield. So when we get to about here, over Park Gate, we are going to fly 290 degrees. So we can see in front of us, there's this Park Gate area. When we get to Parkgate, we will turn right to 290. And we'll do that by hand. So I'm just getting the controllers ready. Might give us plenty of time to do the approach. Quick look at the map. So we're now aligned with the end of the runway at Southampton. So we carry on a little bit further till we get to this Parkgate place. We're going a bit slow. So opening the engine back up. How are we looking? Okay, let's turn this right to 290. Away. We will tell the autopilot to descend us down to 1,000. Cut the throttle because we're going downhill again. Keep an eye on the right. Patrick's now ahead of us over there. We can see his nav lights. We've got some commercial air traffic coming in from the right. But there, oh no, that's somebody else. But that's obviously a human that's not showing up on the map. So there's the airfield behind this hill by the look of it. So you can see Patrick is turning onto final approach in front of us. The simulator can't seem to make its mind up about where he is in the sky, but we won't pay too much attention. You can see the runway over here. I'm just going to stir that blooming rudder. It causes trouble every time you go and touch the joystick after not using it. Autopilot is off. Flaps 1. No pressure, Patrick. We're not watching you land at all, honest. Okay, I'm going to start decelerating for landing. So, view forwards. Need to see our speed. So I'm just going to rotate the screen ever so slightly. So Patrick's now climbing out the other side. Just descending for the runway at Southampton. Runway 02. That was strange. I had a gust of wind just before we came down. And there goes the joystick again, look. That is nuts. It's causing havoc. Thanks, Thrustmaster. Your joysticks are absolute garbage. There's 2 of them I've seen do that. Okay. feet on the autopilot, vertical speed mode, go at 500. If it will let me go into stupid thing, vertical speed mode. Is it going to let me? Yes, it is now. No, it isn't. It's switched back to altitude because we're too close to 2,500 or to 2,000 feet now. After wrestling the aeroplane, giving jittering inputs. Okay, so that's that done. Autopilot back on. Nav mode back on. Okay, slight struggle there to get the autopilot to behave itself. Didn't help, the joystick was glitching. And we pull back on the throttle and we're on our way again. Aviation sans frontières. Aviation without frontiers, if anyone is wondering. I think most people did school French at least, so, or maybe people didn't, but yeah, it's useful to know. Looks like Patrick is actually parked up at the end of the runway. Southampton. So I now have nearly 60 miles over to Bristol. So I'm going to climb. Go to 5,000 feet for the longer leg. Vertical speed. Go up at 1,000 feet a minute. We're nearly at maximum propeller speed and RPM. We need to turn back off the landing lights and the taxi lights, and good to go again. Patrick, have to leave you now. That was fun, thank you. Yes, it was good. This is the most insane marathon of a flight I think I've ever done. It's been interesting to see. We've had kind of 8 or 10 people watching the entire time now. I think the most unexpected audience I had for a flight, I did a quick flight around Crazy Horse and Mount Rushmore in the US, and I had 50 people watching, and I was only flying for under an hour. It was absolutely nuts. I'm not quite sure what caused it. Turn the cabin lights. I'm not sure if the passenger lights turn off. If I go cabin lights norm, what does that mean versus cabin lights off? Didn't mean to do that. Oh, just redrawing itself. So, yeah, it's a bit better from the aeroplane. It's darker on the inside now. But it does mean you can't see any switches, which is not ideal. So let's turn those cabin lights to on so we can see inside the aeroplane. So we are climbing out from leaving Southampton behind. That's Southampton, and out there is the Isle of Wight on the horizon line. We are heading cross country now towards Bristol. It's quite a long way. So I'm going to leave us cruising at 5,000 feet towards Bristol, which I will leave on the screen this way round, I guess. We'll put the map up. So we're getting towards the end of our journey. We need to recalibrate the screen down here to 5,000 feet. Ah, we changed it here, didn't we, earlier? There we go. So we climbed back to 5,000 feet. Now, what is the feature of this town that is being lit up like a Christmas tree? Oh, it's Salisbury. Salisbury Cathedral apparently has a custom 3D model by the look of it. It is a very nice cathedral. If Salisbury Cathedral is there, does that mean that... yeah, Old Sarum's there. Excellent. Very cool. So if we were to zoom in on, yeah, you can see the cathedral. It is a very impressive building when you're there. Go and have a look out the windows while we're flying along. So the airfield we can see out there is EGDM, which is Boscombe Down. That's a government research facility. I think, is it Boscombe Down where they do us port? Oh, I can't remember the name of the various bases. I think Boscombe. Yeah, Middle Wallop is an army helicopter base, or historically it always was. Boscombe, I'm not sure what they do there these days. There's Porton Down and Boscombe Down, and they're both highly secure. Yeah, because you can see Porton down here. Okay, so we are approaching Bristol. We're still some way away, so if we do a measurement on the map, we are 38 miles, 40 miles away from Bristol. And it's getting very dark outside. Poor little aeroplane has had the flight of its life today. Heading towards Land's End in the dark. This has been an epic journey, and we still haven't finished. So we've got a couple of legs after this, down to Exeter, and then straight the way across Cornwall to Land's End. So Land's End is the most westerly point of the United Kingdom. Or sorry, of the mainland United Kingdom. Obviously there's Northern Ireland as well. The most westerly point of England, I guess you could say. The most southerly point is the Lizard, which is, there you go. But the most westerly point, I guess, is right there. Land's End Landmark Attraction. The first and last house. So we're slowly on our way down there. Oh, and Yahoo is following us with transmitter switched on. Oh, we have a comment from him on the live feed. So I was trying to understand why Little Navmap wasn't showing multiplayer aircraft. Then searching on the web, I have found a video that you did. Now running the program you created. Amazing. There you go. So now you can see each other. Anyone that's running transmitter can see each other in Little Navmap. So yes, I can see you flying around Exeter. So every 5 seconds your position will be updating. So if I go and look down here, if we click on you on Little Navmap, we can see you're flying a Just Flight PA-28. Ahmed, I'm not even gonna, Diudi, is that correct? Ahmed Diudi, is that yeah, I'm not even going to go there. I'll let you be the expert of pronouncing your own name. Generally, whenever I have to do training courses at work where I'm leading the course, I will go around the room, everybody introducing themselves, and I'm always very mindful to listen to how people pronounce their names, and if I don't quite catch them, I will ask them again. Because I think it's just a respect thing, isn't it, to say people's names properly. I think we've had this discussion on videos in the past and group flights about pronouncing brand names correctly as well. It's amazing how many people really don't pay attention, or they have an anglicised version, as they call it, of the name, and they think that's absolutely fine, when really I don't think it is. So for many years people over here called the Hyundai cars that, and it's obviously wrong, it's Hyundai. Porsche, people would still call them a Porsche, and I think a lot of Americans do, but it's not, it's Porsche. And the company is FA Porsche. Just trying to think what else. Sony for Sony. Sega. So a lot of British and Australian people still call it Sega, but it's not, it's Sega. What else? I'm trying to think of any other brand names. Huawei for the phones. Xiaomi. Yeah, there's lots and lots of brand names that people don't kind of pay any respect to the country they come from and how that name should be pronounced. Kind of like Judy, English pronunciation. Okay, thank you. That's really great. Judy. Oh, okay. Ahmed Judy. Okay. So yeah, glad you've got Little Navmap working with transmitter. I can see your aircraft moving on the map. Excellent stuff. So if I click on my own aircraft, whoa, I didn't mean to do that. I'm slowly approaching Bristol. So the towns we can see off to the northeast of us at the moment is going to be Westbury and Trowbridge, stretched out across there. Directly in front of us at the moment is Frome. So Frome, most famous son of Frome in recent years is probably Jenson Button. The Formula One driver was from Frome. We've just passed by Warminster. Oh, Woody has joined the flight. So if I look out to the right, we can see the nav lights. There's Woody's nav lights. I think that's him anyway. That's all you really have to go on in the dark, isn't it? Is the navigation lights. Yeah, it's got to be. It's the right place in the sky. And Woody is about to pass us. Chris King, Warminster. Look out for UFOs. Unidentified flying objects. Would that involve an aeroplane flying directly over me now called Woody, would it? Or is there some conspiracy theory about Warminster with UFOs I don't know about? Oh, look, some custom scenery down there. So there's a recreation ground or a cricket oval. So that is Frome football ground, by the look of it, is lit up like a Christmas tree. And there is looks like a race car circuit. Or is that just the Critchell Manor estate, apparently? Maybe I'm misreading the map here. Orion behind us in the sky, though. Can you see Orion up there? So if we can see Orion, we should be able to see... Yep, there's the centre of Taurus. There's the horns. And there's the legs going out the back. And then you get the Pleiades. Or Pleiades. Lots of people pronounce it in all sorts of different ways. 7 sisters. Now that's the one that's got the conspiracy theories wrapped up on it, is the Pleiades. I think it's Billy Meyer, the Swiss farmer, that started that one. And then the whole grey alien lot, that is Pleiades as well, as far as I'm aware. Was it Zeta Reticuli is one of them? Oh my word, that goes back to the old Usenet days. And KRLL and Yellow Book and all that stuff. Amazing what people used to share on the internet. Or should I say what people used to make up on the internet? Okay, let's start descending. 2,500 feet. That would be a good test of YouTube's filtering, wouldn't it? If you go and mention a load of supposed black project names and see if you get a visit from the man in black, and then they shine a light or a pen in your face and say, look at this pen, and then you can't remember any of it. Potentially. So we're descending to 2,500 feet. We're getting closer to Bristol. We're going to come in from runway 27. So I'm going to turn. At the moment we're in nav mode. We're going to go to heading mode, and we're going to center it on the heading we're going. We're going to turn to 2320 degrees, which gives us a smooth run in to Bristol Airport. Now, just mindful of how high we are above the ground, let's go and check how high Bristol Airport is above the ground. It's at 607 feet, so we want to be aiming for... We're coming down for 2,500, which is good, at 1,000 feet a minute, so we'll probably be just about on track actually. So if we're coming in at 2,500, that's 2,000 above the ground, or just under 1,800 above the ground. That'll be good, and we can actually see the airfield out there in the dark now. Let's turn this map off and let's concentrate now and make an actual good job of these last few landings. I can't see Orion, but I see an old Ford Escort. Loved a bit of green screen conspiracy fun back in the day. Oh, I can remember, what's he saying here? Years ago it was a supposed hotspot. I believed it helped with tourism. Yeah, I think most UFO stories help with tourism. Trouble is you get this kind of tourist that wear tinfoil hats and believe anything, which is an advantage if you're trying to sell something, I guess. Just coming down to 2,500 feet. We can see Bristol Airport in the distance. There's the Bristol Channel. There's Wales on the other side of it. I'm not sure if you'll see it in the dark, but there are some pretty awesome bridges across the Bristol Channel. Yeah, can't see it at the moment. Okay, this is looking good. Going to go to manual. Cutting the engine, lose some speed, start turning in. I'm going to give the rudder a stir to stop that glitch from kicking us around too badly. I really do need to take the joystick to bits and put some switch cleaner in the potentiometer on the rudder. It's absolute a joke at the moment. As soon as I touch it, it goes 40-50 degrees off axis. So we're on approach into Bristol Airport. So we're going to slow down, drop the flaps. We need to go and switch the landing lights on as well actually. So landing lights on, taxi lights on. Just entering the speed range where we can go for flaps. No wind data. Does that mean it's completely still, or does that mean something's gone wrong? I think it means it's completely still. Of course, this is a huge runway. We're in a tiny little Kodiak, so we're going to look like a speck landing in the centre of it. There we go. Full throttle. And we're airborne again. Flaps up. And the rudder glitched again. Just trimming the elevators. There's the climb out. So we go for 2,500 feet on the climb out. So autopilot back on for altitude. Heading centred on. I forgot to centre that first, didn't I? My bad. So what is the next direction to go? (215°). So we'll carry on the turn to 215. Or we could use nav mode. So we could switch just to nav mode. We'll back it up with the heading in case we want to switch to it in a minute for whatever reason. So we're just spinning this around to 215 as well, so it agrees with it. So we're climbing up 1,000 feet a minute to 2,500 feet. We'll come off the throttle again so we don't overstress the engine. We still have the landing lights on, so we're going to go and turn those off. So landing lights off, taxi lights off, and we're good to go again. Now see Woody is near us on the map. Yahoo's down at Exeter. And we're good to go. So we're getting there. This marathon flight is one leg at a time, nearing its conclusion. We're now at 2,500 feet, cross country to Exeter airfield. It's 47 miles across the hills to Exeter. So our only concern is during the final leg. I think 2,500 feet is going to be fine for the entire journey, to be honest now. So we can trim this back on this display. Get the mouse in the right place. There we go. So I'm just getting this to show. So if we zoom this on this axis as well, there we go, perfect. For the last two legs you can see where the hills are if we stay on the track. So that is the cross section of the ground underneath our navigated track, which now matches the nav on here since I programmed the flight management computer with the route. Yeah, it's a shame I can't find some brightness controls. They probably do exist and I just haven't looked closely enough for them. So instrument navigation at night. Should we see if there's any VOR stations around that we could use? Probably not in the southwest, or not too many. Is there anything at Exeter? No. There's a DME here. 33. ADF. I haven't seen one of those for a very long time. Non-directional beacon. Interesting. Obviously there's ILS at Exeter. There's a beacon down here though. It's probably too far away for us though. It's going to be a good 50 miles away. What about one of these ones alongside us? So Westland. Or Yeovil. 109 0.05. Let's try tuning that in, see what happens. So nav 109.05 and switch. We will have to I'd have to do it on nav 2, wouldn't I? Because I'm using the CDI for navigation. So that's no bother. We can go and switch to this one. 109.05. I could have just gone over the top then to get to 05, couldn't I? Okay, and then we go to... Sorry, wrong button. PFD. Yeah, it's got no data. So the idea of bearing 1 and bearing 2 is you can show bearings between two VORs simultaneously. But we can use the GPS ones. Okay, that's actually quite useful. So Exeter is 32 miles. So let's go and get rid of that off the screen. We do want that. We could. That will double up. So yeah, 31 miles. So we'll turn the DME off. That's quite useful to us, but it just doubles up what we can see up here, to be honest. So EGT, distance 30 miles, bearing 215 degrees. And you've got estimated time. So we're just passing over a town here. Should we have a look on the map and see where that town is? Bridgewater. Now if we look out of the left wing, we should see a microlight airfield, and I think that's it there. Can't really see much going on, but we're just passing over Bridgewater. The town out ahead of us is going to be Taunton. So we're going to fly over the top of Taunton in a few minutes. This has been an epic journey. For those who haven't been with us the whole time, we started in an island off the northeast coast of Scotland called Wick. So if we go right by, Kirkwall. Started off at Kirkwall and then we flew to Wick on the coast. So we started off at Kirkwall and then we flew down to Wick, Inverness, then down to Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Middlesbrough. It's been an epic journey. Leeds, Blackpool, Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, Oxford, London, then through some of the airfields around the outside of London, so Biggin Hill, Farnborough, down to Southampton, across to Bristol, and now we are en route to Exeter. I had to refuel once, but otherwise the Kodiak has been fantastic. And this has turned into the longest video I have recorded on YouTube by probably double or more. If I go and refresh, I'm monitoring the live stream so I can comment back if anybody comments, or so I can clean out spammers. Yeah, we're in the 6th hour of the live stream. It's just absolutely insane. So we're about to fly over the top of Taunton. I'm just wondering what some of these features are that are showing up. So if we go to the outside view, so house with ornamental gardens we've just gone over. Not that we're being nosy or anything. So on the edge of town over here we've got, oh, there's an Asda superstore. That's going to be that, isn't it? Or does that have playing field? It's telling that. No, that's a playing field. There's the Asda Superstore. Or is that it with all the car parks around it? There's a football pitch down there, is that? Looks like it. Oh, cricket pitch, sorry. Right in the centre of Taunton. And there's serious business park there. Some tennis pitches. Or are they hockey? Or is it Astros for football? Who knows? Looks like it might be hockey. Can you later send that flight plan on the Discord server? Yes, of course I can. So if anyone's got 7 or 8 hours to play with, it's quite a straightforward plan. And we're approaching Exeter slowly, so we should see it on the horizon, a load of lights. Yes, we can. So back inside the aircraft, that's Exeter. So we're looking for the airfield, and it's on this side of Exeter. So if that's Exeter, is that the airfield, or is that the airfield? Well, we'll reserve judgment until we're a bit closer. I think it's going to be over here somewhere. Well, we're flying directly towards it, so... Getting closer. All the time. Flying at night is quite strange because obviously you don't get the visual references, so you use the instruments a lot more. It's a lot easier with the G1000 because you can kind of see the ground. I actually prefer flying the old planes though that have got steam gauges, so all you have is dials. I actually think that's much more fun because you have to kind of form the picture of where you are in your head. Obviously we can completely cheat and go look at little nav map while we're flying, which is like having a GPS in your pocket. But I actually like flying the old planes and having paper charts and doing it the old-fashioned way. It's more fun. There's more to do. Okay, so we need to start thinking about turning off of our direction slightly. So we're going to go to heading mode on the autopilot. So we'll center the heading up on our actual direction of travel. And then we're going to turn 10 degrees away. So we're going 212 degrees at the moment. So we'll go 202. The reason we're doing that is to come across here and give ourselves some room to turn into Exeter. We're going to have an 8 knot headwind. Let's go and check what speed the wind is at Exeter. So we've got the wind report down here. So we've got variable 3 knots. So it's, yeah, nothing. Don't need to worry about the wind. We're just flying past Dunkeswell airfield. Can we see it lit up? Is it lit up? No, it's not. There are some lights over there, but the actual airfield is dark. You can see the blue lights of the runway. I think Dunkeswell isn't officially an operating airfield anymore. Or at least some of the runways are not. Although say that, there's no X's on it now, so maybe it's okay. So we're just flying into Exeter. Let's go and check the altitude of the runway at Exeter. So show information for Exeter. Our elevation's 100 feet, so we want to be about, what were we at the moment? Let's go inside the aircraft. We're 2,500, so we'll drop down to 1,500. We'll do that fairly quickly. 1,000 feet a minute. And we'll cut the throttle back so we don't accelerate too hard while we're descending. So if we look over to our right, we will see the airfield soon. It's at about our 1 o'clock position at the moment, so it's going to be over there. Hopefully the runway is illuminated, so we'll go and turn on our landing lights on the way in. Done that, and the taxi lights. So when we So you can see how bright those will be. You can see the light shining off the wings actually. So yeah, we are a walking stadium light basically, or a flying stadium light. We are illuminated. They can see us coming from a long way away. So just looking at little nav map, we can see Golf Juliet Alpha Hotel uniform is flying around Exeter. Of course, you don't know. Other people that are in the sky could have the time modified to see it in broad daylight. So I'm kind of handicapping myself. We can see the airfield now, by the way. So coming off the autopilot, I'm going to raise the nose slightly. I'm going to use our low altitude and excess speed. I'm going to convert that speed into altitude so we can see the runway easily. So we're nose up, the speed is bleeding off, we're down to 109 knots, which is fine. We're going to drop the flaps already. One stage of flaps is all we'll need for a touch and go. And slowly turning into the approach for Exeter airfield. So after the horrendous weather that we had leaving Scotland, it's been actually plain sailing all the way through the south of England. So we're just coming in. You can see Exeter stretched out in the distance. Many years ago, my dad had a boat moored at just off Dawlish Warren, which is by Exmouth. So if you go directly south from Exeter, you'll find Exmouth, the River Ex. So yeah, we came to visit Exeter quite a bit when I was young. Most weekends would be spent travelling down from where we lived near Oxford down to Exeter. Or down to Exmouth, I should say. Okay, we are descending. I've been on a bit of a learning curve recently with Flight Simulator because I've got this Thrustmaster stick and throttle. Yep, there goes. I'm just going to stir the rudder. There went a glitch on the rudder. I'm using the stick for the rudder, and it's been a bit of a learning curve because I'm having to fly left-handed because the Airbus stick is in the left hand. The throttle is in the right hand. It's configured that way for the Airbus, and it works wonderfully for the Airbus, but I've had to bite the bullet and just learn to fly with the stick in the left hand, which has not come easily, and I'm still pretty ropey at it. You can see now, you know, my judgment and control isn't what it should be. I'm okay if I start lining up a long way out, you know, give myself a couple of miles. And if I use ILS, obviously I'm fine. But when it's just natural reactions, I'm not quite there with it yet. Oh, look at that glitching. And the plane just came out of nowhere. So yeah, I think I do need to invest in rudder pedals, but in the short term I need to take the joystick to bits and clean the switches, or clean the potentiometers on the axes. The X and Y axes on it are fine. It's just the rudder axis is all over the shop. I'm wondering if I'll be able to get at it easily. I'll have to watch some YouTube videos on how to disassemble it. I fear that the potentiometer is inside the handle. Anyway, we're climbing out. Let's line the heading bug with the direction we're going. Let's switch the autopilot on and switch the vertical speed to climb towards 1500 feet, and it's not going to engage it again. At 500 or 1000 feet a minute would be good. We now have a very long leg, so I'm going to raise our target altitude to 5,000 feet, vertical speed 1,000 feet a minute, so we'll get there fairly quickly. Kodiak's pretty good at climbing. We'll pull the throttle away from the stops though, so we're not going to stress the engine overly, and then we're going to press the nav button. So we're almost going the right direction anyway. So we're leaving Exeter behind. The aircraft is going to intersect the line, so you can see it's levelling out. It's intersecting the navigation line between the two airfields, and off it goes. So now we have 90 miles, a long leg down to Land's End. Climbing up to 5,000 feet to give us an amount of assurance over the high ground, really. I mean, we could get away with 2,500 feet, but I guess you can see further from 5,000. Not that there's anything to see in the dark. You can see the lights from further away, let's put it that way. So you'll see the motorways. Yeah. If we look straight down, look, you can see the traffic going past. The simulation's crazy. Oh, look at that road running off into the distance. So if we go outside, that's Exeter. I mean, there's an industrial park down there, look. Let's get those landing lights switched back off. There we go, that's better. Okay, so the flight to Land's End brings our epic marathon flight to a close. What navigation beacons can we use? We've got a VOR station 114.20, which is at Land's End, which is too far away at the moment. I'm just looking for anything en route, but I guess we could leave it tuned in and we know we're getting close when it tunes in. 114.20 then on nav 1. 114. Oops, that was the volume, not the nav. Oh, we need to change the nav to nav 1. Here we go. 114.20. And switch that over to become the active frequency on nav 1. We're not going to change it yet though. Because at the moment we're using the GPS, which is absolutely fine. We could switch DME on, I guess, which would tell us when we do get in range. Oh, it's actually doing it. That's bizarre. I wouldn't have thought you'd pick that up from this far out. So nav 1 distance measuring equipment. That may be a failure in the simulation. Outside of about 40 or 50 miles, you'd be surprised to pick up VOR stations. So we can see the miles count down on the distance measuring equipment, which is quite cool. So you can see there, 81 miles and counting. You see the the beacon strobe are lighting the aircraft up now and again. So out to the left of us at the moment, you're going to be seeing Paignton, Torquay and Dartmouth out there towards to the west. This is Bovey Tracy here, and that's Newton Abbot in the distance. Cue all the jokes about Newton Abbot and Trago Mills. And they got a great deal happening, probably. There's a radio advert, or there used to be many years ago. A real earworm advert from Trago Mills. It's like a superstore down on the southwest coast. There's several of them, but the main one is a bit further down. But there's one of them isn't Newton Abbot. Oh, just Trago Mills are a law unto themselves. There's a guy on YouTube called stand-up comedian called himself King Kerno that did a fantastic stand-up routine about Trago Mills. So in the chat, sometimes in Microsoft Flight Simulator you have to be closer to pick up the VOR or NDB signals. Other times you can get them from 60 plus miles. Yeah, it seems to be not that realistic sometimes. It's really odd. Okay, we're doing well though. Still got a nice toasty 20 degrees centigrade or 29 degrees centigrade in the cabin. We could turn that down a bit, couldn't we? That's a bit too hot. So let's go. Oh, it's at 29, but we've set 25, so it's hotter than it should be. So should we cool it down a bit? Will this work? It's gone straight down there, look. We opened the window and the cabin temperature dropped alarmingly. Right, I'm going to step away for a moment and we'll let the plane fly itself for the next few minutes. Okay. I'm back. Right, okay, let's have a look at the map. See where we are. Just passing Plymouth. So if we look out of the left window, you will see Plymouth stretched out. Can't quite see far enough to see anything in detail. Plymouth's huge. You can see the river coming through though. So River Tamar. Tor Point, there's the road bridge and the rail bridge. The rail bridge was built by King Isambard Kingdom Brunel. It's a famous bridge. You won't be able to see it in the dark, so. And I'm not sure if it's modelled correctly in the game actually. It might be. So we're almost there. Let's go and do a distance measurement. Why do I do distance measurement? We can see it in the game, can't we? If we look down, we can see we've got 55 miles to go. I have another coffee. It's been a very coffee heavy day doing this flight. I have talked so much. I think as soon as I land I'm just going to go and watch TV and not talk for the rest of the evening. This has been ever so slightly insane. Seven hours is going to be a non-stop chit-chat about nothing really. Oh dear. King of the Cobras says hi in the chat channel. So hello to Kings of the Cobras, sorry. The Kings of the Cobras. That kind of makes no grammatical sense. Unless you're talking about a group, I guess. The Kings of the... yeah. Maybe you're a band, I don't know. Okay, so let's have a look at what's going on. There's no wind at all really, it's completely still over the southwest. 5 degrees outside air temperature. So we're not looking like freezing up anytime soon, but there is you can see a cloud bank out there on the horizon. Let's go and check windy.com and see where that is. That's not great, is it? So the further we go west, it's getting thicker. So it's misty here now. We just can't see it because it's dark. And it's getting thicker. So we may have some issues. Let's go and check the weather information then for Land's End again. Show information. Land's End Airport. Have we got a METAR report? Yes, we have. Broken 2,500 feet. So we should be okay. So let's come down. Now we've got... well, we need to get past Plymouth really. That's probably the highest point on the journey. Let's see this. Yeah, we're past it. So the point where we had to be worried about around kind of Exeter and Plymouth is already out of the way. So we're going to come straight back down to 2,500 feet. So we change the altitude, the target altitude, we are just changing down to 2,500. And we set a vertical speed to get there at 1,000 feet a minute. And down we go. And hopefully we get to Land's End before the cloud gets there. How many miles to go? 44 miles left until our epic odyssey comes to an end. So we have flown from one end of the United Kingdom to the other. We started off in Kirkwall this morning, off the northeast coast of Scotland, and we flew to Wick. And then we slowly made our way down, going to cities, towns and cities along the way. Flying the Kodiak all the way. So let's have a look on the map. Not windy, we want to go and look at the map. We're just about to fly past Lostwithiel. So this is the Foy estuary to the left of us. And we can't see it in the dark, which is a shame because this is a beautiful part of the world. Let some fresh air in. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? The River Foy, Gallant, Tywardreath. I have some friends that my family live down here. I also have some friends that live down here. Some really, really wonderful friends. Going past Parr, Charlestown, St Austell. Making our way slowly towards Land's End and the end of our journey. The temperature is dropping. I'm going to be mindful because I know there's cloud, so we may have to go switch on icing soon. The windshield heating. We've got the pitot heat on. That's not an issue. So I'm just being mindful that nothing goes wrong on this last leg of the journey. So St Austell is stretched out below us. St Austell. All the houses are lit up in the town. It's the football pitches. Industrial park. Another football ground over there. And what's ahead of us? Let's have a look on the map. So we're going out to cross the fields now, so there's not going to be much in the way of civilization for the next 20 miles or so until we get to Truro. So the southwest is far less populated than the southeast of the country, so you're going to see a lot of just roads across actual inky blackness and far less light pollution. You can see some windmills down there though, and obviously they've got warning lights on. I'm slowly starting to lose my voice from all the talking all day, aren't I? I can quite safely say I'm not going to do this again in a hurry, or nothing of this scale or nature. This has been a bit mad. Okay, we can see the end on the map. Hurrah! About 30 miles out. I'll go and announce it on the interwebs, I guess. Let friends know that it's coming to an end. Okay. Going past the Roseland Heritage Coast. Approaching Truro. So if we go and look outside, have a look closely on the map. This is Truro we're just passing on the left. From outside. It's a very different world in the dark, isn't it? See our silhouette against the clouds, or against the stars, I should say, not the clouds. Okay, we're going to pass over the Royal Cornwall Hospital. Perranporth is over to the right over there. You can see it out on the coast. It's a main road. It's going to be the A30 that we can see snaking off through the landscape. The road we're about to pass is the A390, just flying over the top of it. And we're nearly there. So let's switch over to VOR navigation 114.20. We're going to turn the autopilot back to heading mode. So we've centered on our current heading, and then we're going to change the CDI to VOR 1, and we press the course button and it's telling us, there we go. So DME is alive, nav 1, 21.2 miles to the beacon, a course of about 250 degrees, which you can see here, which reflects the green arrow towards the VOR beacon. So that is measuring to this beacon. When we arrive at the beacon, we'll obviously be able to see the airport below us. There is a wind from the north of 5 knots, so we will come in for runway 34 at Land's End Airport. Okay, so we're going to turn 10 degrees left, which should be good to land us over here somewhere, and then to be able to turn in for the airport. Obviously we can make corrections along the way. Yeah, it's not going to be enough of a change of direction, I don't think, but when we get a bit closer, we'll make a further change. It's been fun. This has been the biggest thing I've done in a simulator. It's been kind of strange. Usually I do group flights where there's a whole group of us chattering away. And this is the first one I've done, like, you know, just a monologue from me watching the chat room. Trying an RNAV approach for the first time at night, Adam Trapp is saying. Over water to runway 07, wish me luck. Haha! Yeah, Arnav's good fun. It's all about just monitoring your position, isn't it, relative to the chart and altitude and all the rest of it. I mean, if you've got visuals on the airfield, it's not a problem. It's when you can't see the airfield you start to worry, and you've got a decision height of maybe 200 or 300 feet. Usually, even if you can't see and you wave off and go around, if there's any wind around, give it kind of 15-20 minutes, and the clouds that were over the airfield may well have moved. I think we're going to be okay on that direction, you know. We're going to end up somewhere over St. Buryan. Going to fly directly over the top of Penzance. When I was very young, my dad had a boat that blew up in Penzance Harbour. It was in the national press. He and his brothers were moving the boat around the coast. And yeah, it had an engine fire in Penzance Harbour and exploded. So he went over the side. One of his other brothers was badly burnt though. He got blown up in the air and landed back in the engine. Obviously he went straight into the water after that, but he was badly burnt. I think my grandfather was on board as well, and he went through the escape hatch, but I think he cut or burnt his hands on the escape hatch trying to get it open, because he was in the boat when the engine blew up. Okay, we're about 8-10 miles to run, something like that. Okay, I am going to increase our angle to 235 degrees away from the airfield to give myself some room to turn, maybe 230 degrees actually. And we're going to start keeping an eye on the local scenery. The other problem with so little features on the ground or so little light pollution is you've got very little to go on in terms of orientation other than your instruments. So obviously that's easy with a G1000 because you can see the ground in the displays, whereas looking outside you really can't see much. But yeah, with a steam gauge plane it becomes a much bigger challenge to believe your instruments and to almost switch your senses off. I've actually done it in a real plane. I was helping a friend who was trying to get hours on his private pilot's license, and he asked me to take over for a short time once he'd verified that I could control it. So I did, and then he kind of marvelled at how accurately I could fly to instruments for somebody who hadn't had flying lessons or anything. But then he realised actually it was to my detriment in some ways, because I was able to fly to instruments and completely ignore the outside world, where you really should be combining both. So I flew the instruments almost like a computer, which was not a great thing to be able to do, all things considered. Okay, we're getting close. This is the end of our epic journey. So we're looking out the window. That's going to be the runway there in the dark. We can't see the lights yet. So we're going to turn on our landing lights and our taxi lights. You can see the apron. Well, I believe that's the runway anyway. Looks like it. A tiny runway. This is all psychological now, isn't it? My brain is playing tricks with me, saying the runways are smaller than it should be and quite other kinds of things like that. So let's go manual. Yeah, we can see the runway quite easily. Let's just lose some speed. So we're dropping the flaps. This is the end of the epic. So if anybody suggests doing this again, suggest to them they want their head testing. The final approach. 6:30 in the evening. I think I took off about 10:30 this morning from Scotland. Maybe 11:30, I can't remember now. You can see the lights of the cars driving along the road. I'm just going to move my view so I can see the speed, it's important. I don't want to get much slower than 70 knots because it's dangerous in the Kodiak. Got quite a strong crosswind. Here comes the runway out of the gloom. Okay. Whoa, and there goes the rudder glitch. Whoa! That nearly crashed us that time. Right, reverse the pitch on the prop. Wheel brakes. And we're down. Not as neat on the centre line as I would have liked because of that glitch with the rudder yet again. Thanks, Thrustmaster. If anybody from Thrustmaster watches this, your joysticks are garbage. And let's follow. I guess we just go across the grass, do we? Because there's no taxiways and there's a main road. Maybe we're supposed to stay on the runway and just backtrack. I've not got a chart, so maybe that's why the yellow line did a double back. So we'll backtrack to the taxiway. Reduce the propeller speed. So this has been all kinds of fun. Here goes the turn off for the taxiway. And yeah, the simulator is starting to creak under the strain of having been run continuously for all these hours. The frame rate is dropping alarmingly. But actually it's done a remarkable job. So there we go, on the parking brake. Oh, time to relax. So first thing we'll do is cut the fuel to the engine. And cut the fuel from the tanks. We will cut the mixture back to 0. We'll cut the fuel condition and the propeller speed. Engine to idle. We're getting a warning now because we are using the battery, obviously. We've got low oil pressure, obviously, because the engines are not running. So ignition off. Starter off, generator off, alternator off, auxiliary bus off. Let's go and turn off the lights while we're at it. Cabin lights off. Oh, let's leave that on for the moment at least. Pitot heat off. And I think that's about it. So we're going to go and turn the avionics off. And cabin lights off. Master switch off, and that's it. We're back to a torch, and we can go and open the door and go and have a look outside, and that's us finished. There we go, the end of our epic journey. It's been fun. If you've been watching for any length of time, thanks for tagging along with me. I'm going to go and have something to eat and go and watch some TV, read a book and chill. And you might not see me online for a day or two. Can you confirm, I'm just looking at the chat room, can you confirm runway 07 exists? I didn't see the lights on your approach. Are you on the West Europe server? Also, I have a Thrustmaster. I had to take apart the joystick and make sure the wires weren't crossing because I was getting the same glitch. Now it's working fine. Yeah, I think I just need to go and put some lubricant in the switch for the rudder. I had it the same. I've had the same on several joysticks over the years. I've actually used WD-40 in the past. It seems to work fine, but other people say it's better to actually use proper switch lubricant because then it doesn't gunk up like WD-40 does. It's clear. But anyway, right, I'm going to switch off. That's it for me for quite some time probably, so I'll see you soon. I'll go and stop the stream now. By the way, I use OBS for streaming. It's very, very good, and it's free. It's open source, so there you